Fly without boarding pass. Couldn't catch me, I'll be moving fast. Call me a shooting star. Let 'em know who you are. Flying up in a bar. Wish on a star. Time to show 'em who's in charge. Call me a shooting star. Shooting stars. Didn't even get to cross. I'm moving too far. Get to glass. Looking at a shooting star. Got more than a couple of people going mad. I swear they're rooting hard. Said I might be big in the game like she went and got them breast implants. I said I'm moving too fast. Didn't even get a glance. I'm ready to eat up track like I'm seated in a restaurant. If you had swag like mine, you know it's best to flaunt. We aren't hating because you aren't. Shining like it's neon. Rock like kings of Leon. Shooting stars across the galaxy. I stand out, so don't be mad at me. Infiltrate, I'm with my strategy. When that's enough, then I just have to leave. Shooting stars across the galaxy. I stand out, so don't be mad at me. Infiltrate, I'm with my strategy. When that's enough, then I just have to leave. Yeah, shoot, shoot. Yeah, shoot, shoot. Yeah, shooting, shooting. Yeah, shooting, shot. Shooting stars, shooting stars, shooting stars, shooting stars. Didn't even get to cross.
It is Mari here. I am not Will Stewart. He is on the road. But it's me, Mari, here. And I am taking over for the Rant show tonight. We have a lot to talk about. A lot of things to be happy about, and some concerns that we have to talk about. I'm going to kick myself out for a quick second so I can get the background layout. So let me remove myself for a second. Okay, so I got the background going on. And yeah, we are live. We have a lot to talk about. That's not his music. Okay, that is Will's music. So I've pinned the link on the chat. If you guys see it, I'll post it again. We got a couple people going to be coming on tonight. And if you want to be able to come on, today we have a lot to talk about. So come on, you Spurs. It's interesting for those who stream or StreamYard. It is very interesting when you have your profile, and then Will has his profile, and Tom Way has his profile, and I'm going in between three profiles, but it's very, very interesting. But let's talk about. Give me 1 second here. This is hate the full modes. Okay, that's I like the full mode. Okay, all right. As you guys can see, I am experimenting with Will's um, background. But let's give a big up to a couple people who are already on the chat here. We got Nita. Nita is in the house. She says Daniel Levy is like a job, and she. Oh, he shouldn't. He 8 lost for Enoch and Levy out. That is needed. Okay. We got John, who's also in the house. We got Martin, who's also in the house. Big up. Another great performance. We got Big Tone, who's also in the house. We got Shamu, who's also in the house. And once again, I posted the link. We got Steak, who's also in the house. You guys jump on Steak. I put the link on. And we got Zuki Spur, who is also in the house. So, the first thing is round 3 of games. And we have won today. Big victory over Bournemouth. So used to my banners. Gonna create a banner right now. 7 out of 9. 7 points out of 9. We have done it. Okay, I'll put myself in full screen. Gosh, thank you guys for bearing with me. Have my drink in my hand, celebratory drink. Cherry Coke, some Malibu. And we are going to talk Spurs. I am now figuring out Will's system here. So as the guest comes, we'll get to talk about Spurs. We'll talk about the victory. We'll also talk about the round 3 of games today. 7 points out of 9. If you would have told me in the beginning of the season that we would have 7 points out of 9, out of the first 3 games would be undefeated, I would have told you that you're smoking something, or whatever you're taking, pass it along. So it's been really, really refreshing this start. Last season, it was, disaster. Fans being depressed. I know I was depressed, and it was just a total crap show. And now we're going into the Big Ange era, and we are playing front foot football, right? It's not perfect, but still some tweaks that needs to happen. But today we won 2-0, and so we're gonna break the game down. And in true Mari fashion, I'm going to show you the important things of today's game. Okay, is this it? Here we go. Richy, that whole backline was midfield, and the match, on point. Not only scoreboard, captain, one smile on the team. And Mommy is holding on, and this one's just flips, just cold heart, big celebration at best. And of course, Big Edge making your winning. 7 points out of our first 9, and it's a good start. And you want to celebrate. Of course, you want to have a balanced view in regards to Spurs. We don't want to go overboard. Yes, we were at top of the league for the first 30 minutes, and then as soon as the games end, because Arsenal dropped points. We'll get to that. We were at top of the league, but then thank you, Brighton. They lost to West Ham, so technically West Ham is the top of the league. We know City plays tomorrow, but we know, we're not winning. You take every game at hand and you play every game, but of course, we're not saying that we're winning the league. I'm not saying that we're getting top 4. I'm not even saying we're getting top 6. But the thing is, right now, the first 3 games, as of today, we're off to a good start. 7 points out of 9. It's a good start. And we should celebrate. We should celebrate this start. So it's something that for me, like I said, I did not expect, and I am really, really happy that we have started with 7 out of 9. We have a chance. We have a chance of having 10 out of 12. We play Sheffield United after Fulham. We play Sheffield United. And yes, every Premier League game you got to take seriously. But, 7 out of 9, it's a great start. And Big Tone puts a big point right here. He says 7 out of 9, just like last season. Yeah. Just big difference is that, and Romero said this in a couple of the comments. I think this team has really grown attached to Ange. Mind you, I like Conte. Conte is a winner, but he rubbed some players the wrong way, and those players he rubbed the wrong way, rightly so. Because you've heard it from me before. We have a lot of babies on this team, a lot of weak mentality players who disrespected that badge, right? Who need to go, who still need to go. The Eric Dyers of the world, the Tanguy, right? For these last couple of years, you have people, Winks is gone now, but you have players who disrespected that badge and needed to go. And so I think that's the big difference in regards to the 7 and 9. Now, the defense, it's better. C Cube posted something during the watch along that only one of the defenders were there last season with Conte, which is true. So it's a work in progress. Like I said, you want to have a balanced view. It's a work in progress, and that's all we can ask for. For this season, I had no expectations. I said we could have finished anywhere between 7th to 12th. Now I'm more of the belief that if our midfield is going to play like this season, and our defense is going to make an improvement. Now, we still got 6 days in the transfer window. We still have 6 days. We got to do something with that forward line. We got to. We're going to talk about that. But now I'm more inclined to say, you know what? The worst that I think we could do is maybe 9th, because there's a lot of teams who are bad that are out there. And now I believe that we are going to get points against those teams who are not very, very good. The teams that we're supposed to beat, Bournemouth today, the Brentfords, the teams that are going to challenge us is, of course, the Man Cities, Arsenal, Liverpool. So those teams are going to be tough. Newcastle, they're going to be tough. But if things are like these first 3 games, I don't think we're going to drop points to a Luton Town. I don't think we're going to drop points to a Burnley. I think we're going to get those points, and it's going to keep us in the top half. Because I know in the beginning of the season, most people had us finish between 7th and 12th. 7th being the best option, 12th being the worst. Depending on what we do with the transfer window, it's going to be tricky. But we'll discuss that. Let's go back. Like I said, I love using video. Let's look at our backline. Romero, VDV, Udoji, Poro. I mean, this backline has played way better than expected. Way better than expected. And a big up to, VDV. VDV has come in the first three games, and has done a good job. He is for a person who's never played the Premier League, for how young he is he the calm for Romero? Is he the calm for Romero? Put your opinions on the chat. I think he could possibly be the calm. Yes, it's a little bit early but from this small sample size, he's doing it. He's actually doing it. And then Poro has been getting, criticized all offseason. He can't play defense, but these two games, he's been okay. And today you saw him screaming like that backline has been really, really good. So it's interesting how this team has come together. The progress is coming in, slowly. Like I said, we have to have a balanced view of this team, but it's definitely a work in progress. So we look at the first half of the game, right, where I felt, like Iggy said, I never felt worried. I felt, pretty sure that we were going to win this game. Romero had Solanke on lock and key. He couldn't do anything last year. He was a terror for us, especially when we lost to Bournemouth. He scored. He assisted that last game, and so Romero did such an excellent job that first half. That first half, we saw the midfield continue to do well. Saw with a beautiful, beautiful pass to Madison for that goal. Just a big up to this young kid. He is growing right in front of us, and so he got us on the scoreline. We missed a wonderful chance with Richarlison. We're gonna get to that, but I want to talk about good things first, right? We'll get to that, but Richarlison, man, he missed a couple of chances that just had me screeching. And if you guys saw the watch along, I just couldn't believe it. So we go into halftime, 1-0. Second half, saying that we need to be a little bit more clinical, take more of our chances, because being up 1-0 is never good. And so second half, I felt it was pretty much the same thing in regards to our team. Kulu got on the scoreboard. Kulu, I thought, was playing horrible until he scored that goal. In my opinion, I felt like he was playing horrible until he scored that goal. It was a beautiful goal. It was Sonny set up for Udoji with the assist to Kulu, and he scores the goal. It's 2-0. But then, even then before that, matter of fact, I'll save that in regards to Richarlison. But it's the defense. Every time Bournemouth had a chance, Poro did a masterful job today. Sorry, we're gonna put up the sofa score pretty soon. Udoji, before he went out, I think he got a concussion. He did a good job. Romero with interceptions and great tackles, And I told people this in the beginning of the season. People, there's gonna be a lot of apologies made. A lot of apologies made in regards, because Romero's going to come good. and he apologized for last season. And 2 days ago, the interview that he gave, you kind of got an insight of how he felt being on that team, with Conte. And so he came good. And then the midfield, what can you say? The man of the match was Madison. Mr. Matters right here, man of the match. And clearly has been playing like the best midfielder. I'm going to have that debate between me and TJ on North London's Hours. Who's been better? Madison or Odegaard? Because Odegaard blew up, in my opinion, last season. But James Madison has been doing this the last 4 or 5 years. Look at the goal contributions that he has done. And this year, so far, he's been one of the best midfielders. The eye test tells you that. The stats shows you that. SofaScore shows you that James Madison has been one of the best midfielders in the Premier League, and he's leading a midfield that is just balling. We finally got to see Lo Celso come in. He was a little bit rusty, but I'm of the opinion of keeping Madison just in case. I'm not keeping Madison, keeping Lo Celso just in case Madison gets hurt. And because we need cover. I know we want to sell Lo Celso, but I don't believe, when we're going to talk about the transfer window, I don't believe we are going to sign a replacement for him. I honestly think we're going to sign maybe one person on transfer during the transfer window, which closes in about 5 days. So we will see. But Matters he's been amazing. He's been amazing. And then the front line, Sonny was the second best player according to SofaScore. He was the second best player. Today, he had chances for getting assists, but Richarlison. And we're going to get to that. We're going to get to Richarlison. Just not good. Kulu, who scored. This is really a hilarious picture. If I could go, Kulu is mobbed by Sonny, and Kulu was really happy. He posted on social media that he scored. He needed to score, but there's still something wrong with Kulu. There was one sequence where it was actually a good play by Richarlison, played to his back, to the back of the goal. He heads it like a head pass to Kulu, and Kulu wastes the chance. And he had so many wasteful chances today, but at least finally, a dead clock is right twice a day, right? Kulu was able to score, to finish that beautiful sequence. It was Sonny to Udogie to Kulu. And so, I mean, can you imagine if we had someone, even Gift Orban up there, the goals that we would get? And I know Harry Kane is gone, and we move on. But, back in my mind, it's like, damn, if Kane was here, we would have scored a couple of goals. So let me read some of the chats. Let me get to that. I posted the link. If anybody wants to jump on, like I said, I mean, jump on, have your say. And if anybody's asking, where's Will? Will is supporting his sons. As you know, they play youth football, and so he is out of town. So I am running the show. Still waiting for a couple of people to jump on. I started early, but here we go. So, yeah, John George says, if Tottenham signs a good center back and a good striker before the transfer window closes, they will definitely win the Premier League. Man, I want to believe it. And you know what? Bump it. We're top of the league. We're tied with West Ham, so we can win the league. We can win the league. Just joking. I don't want to get clipped. Yes, we definitely need to talk about Richarlison. Big Tone, we're gonna do that. I'm waiting for more people to jump on so I could talk about Richarlison. Big up Lily White Lane. Ant says, I predicted 2 points out of the first 9, and we got 7. Pretty spectacular. Yeah, same here. Same here. If you had told me we would have got 7 out of 9 points, I would have said, literally, I would have said, what are you smoking? Can you puff, puff, give. Puff, puff, pass. Whatever they say. Pass it along. I fully believe it would have been 9 out of 9 if Romero had not gone out injured against Brentford. Could have. Big up 3SS Sports Picks. Big up. Tommy G. Big up my brother. Ant says I can't watch Richarlison any longer. Same here. Can't watch him any longer. Definitely agree. Martin says 7 games unbeaten at the start of last season, so don't get too excited just in case. That is true. Different methods, different styles, but it is true. Joe Vera says, let's chill. Nuno was top of the league. 9 out of 9. Yeah, the first 3 games. Nuno was 3-0. Yeah. John George says, if Tottenham gets a 25 million offer from a Saudi club for Richarlison, should they sell him? Hell yeah. Hells to the yeah. Sell him. I would have gone. But the problem with this, as I mentioned this yesterday, there's a woman named Rebecca Capelhorn who is in charge of the outgoings. And she thinks just like Levy, in the sense of they do not want to take a loss. They don't want to take a hit on signings in regards to selling them off. They want to get as closest to the value. I cannot see anybody in their right mind who is going to pay 60 mil, close to 60 mil for Richarlison. Not 40, not 35, 30. I don't even think 30. Maybe 25. And maybe it has to come from Saudi Arabia. Maybe. But I don't see anybody paying 25 mil from Saudi Arabia. We have our first guest, like in true Will fashion. I got to find a song for him. So let me find a song. Is this the song? It's the beginning song. Yes, DJ Lemonade. And so we have our resident Newcastle fan who has a secret love for Tottenham. I know he has a secret love for Tottenham. Strasbourg Steve is in the house. Let's bring him on.
What's good? How you doing?
Yeah.
Where am I? Why am I not on the screen? Oh, there it is. There we go.
Oh, yeah. Oh, man, Will's like, what the hell? Marty's too special. Oh, man. Yeah, man. Big victory for us. 7 points out of the first 9. Technically, West Ham is above us. And we definitely United have a chance of 10 out of the first 12. I told people, if you told people we had 7 points out of the first 9, I would have said, what are you smoking? And it's passed away. Eve, what is your opinion about our start?
I think you guys have been good, man. I think Ange Ball's coming like real quick into effect. I like Madison in that team a lot, bro. Wow. Wow. Good player, man. What else? Richarlison's terrible. You're a striker away from being a far better side than a Manchester United or someone like that. Like you could make a cup run this year. Like things aren't looking that terrible for you guys, to be honest. Your defense got a clean sheet today, which is
Back to back.
that's the weaker part of your squad, in all honesty. So, but it's looking all right. I think Van de Ven had a very good game as well. I think Van de Ven was good.
And I'm not gonna lie. I had some reservations about Van de Ven because everybody said Tapsoba, and maybe still is. Tapsoba is the more polished player, but I saw the stats and it looked like it's like, oh boy, similar to Dyer. I know Stefan, the Gooner, would say, oh man, you guys are gonna regret. But to tell you the truth, it's a small sample size, but these first 3 games, coming from a new league to the Premier League, he's been good, and he looks like a partner for Romero.
They do. They look a lot more balanced. I don't see. I just think they complement each other's skill set very well. I think they do because Romero isn't the quickest. Van de Ven is very, very quick. Van de Ven isn't as aggressive really as a Romero. So again, that's some nice balance. I think he's a very good player, bro. So yeah, you're looking all right, man. You're looking all right. And what else?
Doji, we've seen him. I've seen him a couple times in Serie A, and you watch a lot of Serie A too.
Yeah,
be a Lazio supporter.
Yeah.
He's. I've even heard the Big Six give him props to Doji. He's starting, to show his talent.
I really like him. That kid, he always makes an impact on a game for me. Like I notice him running. I notice him putting in tackles or getting up the pitch, making himself available for a pass. He's got a good first touch. I think he's a very exciting player, man. Defensively, he's probably got a little bit to work on still, but I could see that improving as well. So, he looks really good. I do like Udogie.
Poro must have been watching the streams because people are like, let's play defense. Yeah. And today he was barking because the last 2 days he's been playing defense. I don't know. Was he listening to the streams?
Probably, bro. Probably. I haven't seen this side out of him. I haven't seen this side out of him when he was at Sporting. To be honest, I didn't usually played as a wing back and just had more of a license to kind of get forward, but he does look like he's getting better defensively, and that's the thing, man. Postecoglou, bro, he's gonna make some players and improve a lot under him because he is a proper coach, and clearly the players are buying into the project too. That's something else I'm noticing. It's looking like all your players are very, very invested in it. They're playing hard. There's no lack of effort. There's none of so you guys are decent. You're looking decent. I did think the midfield it wasn't as good as the Man United game. I think you'd agree with me. I think for some parts of the game, Bournemouth were kind of more the main aggressor and they were roughing up Bissouma a bit. I didn't think they were bad.
Richy was terrible today. I forgot about that.
No?
Oh my, yeah. It's like I almost wanted us to retaliate because until the last minute of the first half, when they finally got the yellow card, I mean, what's the guy's name with the braids?
Semenyo. Semenyo was very good for them today. My goodness.
But he was knocking every player. No, the man. And then the thing is, they gave a yellow card, and their guy elbows like a reckless elbow on Gosh, I'm losing my mind. Like I thought the refereeing could have been much better.
It's the Premier League, bro.
I know it's nitpicking, but
I don't expect nothing. I don't expect. I only expect the most worst, awful decisions. It's kind of, for me. It's just kind of silly at this point. Like, I'm watching a Premier League game. I should be expecting shitty refereeing. I mean, do you expect good refereeing?
No, but for being the best football league in the world, with all that money that's pumped in, to have competent refs who can call a good game, I should expect that. This is no league in Tanzania, no league against Tanzania, but it's no. This is the Premier League. I mean, it's.
I mean, you know my thoughts on that, Mar. You know my thoughts on that. For me, it don't matter if it's the best league in the world. If they're making money, where's the incentive to improve? Does it make them more money? No. What's the point?
Yeah.
So. Yeah, you're right. On paper, you're right. Best league in the world should have the best this, the best that, best this, best that. And it's like, it don't always work like that.
Yeah.
But, yeah.
No, you have a point. And so, I thought the victory was a very good, solid victory.
Yeah.
And all you can do is win. Of course, you got to temper the expectations. Like I said, we were undefeated the first 3 games with Nuno.
Yeah.
With Conte, but it's different. It's different in the sense of everybody is seeing the front foot football that we're seeing. Rivals are starting to say, "Hey, it's nice to." Oh, nice to get urban. It would be say how nice, Postecoglou's football is, and and he has that charisma, that I'm really liking. I like that charisma. Yeah, Jose has his type of charisma. Jose is Jose, and I mean, Conte is Conte. Nuno is as dry as a board, dry as a wall. I will make you proud.
No, you're right. Postecoglou has his own personality, his own. He's a character, very unique character. I agree with you, bro. I like him. Good dude. I respect the football and the attitude he carries, and I like Rangers more than Celtic, bro. So that's big coming out, but and then Celtic have been fucking. They can't score goals. They can't score goals, bro. They can't score goals. They drew with St. fucking Johnston today, 0-0. They're doing so great. Yeah, and that's Brian. So he is a manager that is very good. He's a very, very good manager, bro. Defo.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There was a interview after the game on TNT where Big Ange says responds to Joe Cole's question, and he goes, just trying to play like Pep. He has that charisma, man. He has that charisma. You gotta like Ange. You gotta it's a lot of people. Like I said, they had their reservations about him. They didn't like him. One major Tottenham personality, Patrick Tyrant, went hard on him on last word of Spurs. But now it's kind of like everybody's accepting Ange and and his progress and people like his charisma. He's very, very good with the media. He's charismatic. He's a very, very likable guy. And the only thing is with Spurs, we are a club that what we do to managers is just not right. We break them. We break them. now it's the honeymoon period. It's the honeymoon period. It's all good. And I'm hoping, praying to God that we do this guy right. But if we go by track record, the 23 years, we have not always, even the ones who have gone over the hurdle, Harry Redknapp, Poch, when time came, we failed them.
Yeah.
We didn't go over the line. And so I'm hoping, after this year, then the next year, that we are able to do.
Just support the guy.
Yeah.
Give some backing into his project and his ideas. They will come to fruition. That's what he's proved at all the other clubs he's been at and with the Australia national team. If you give him the support, you buy into the project, both the players and management, you've got a winner in that guy. You do. I don't care about the levels, bro, because okay, fine. You're taking a team in from Japan. That was their first ever fucking title or whatever. What was it? Not Nagoya Grampus. Was it Gambos? Hold on. That's gonna drive me nuts. He managed a team that had never won the J League before. So he's done it with someone with low resources. Okay. Fucking Yokohama F Marinos. So he did it with a team that had never won it before, and then he managed to step up the Celtic, a big time job, a huge club with a very demanding fan base, and he won stuff there. Now this is another level, another different situation with the club. If you give him what he wants, which ain't even that much, just buy into it, then you've got a winner on your hands, bro. 100%. Yeah. But you're right. He probably will fuck it up. Yeah. Probably. But we'll see. Who knows?
And I don't know if you saw Romero's comments the other day about how inside the locker room it's different, and for him it's different. Romero basically says he did not like Conte at all. He said, basically, right. And so you have some of those players. Now I will take it, but I'll also say that these are the same. I'm sorry, I'm gonna say it, these same pussy clots who failed Poch, Jose, and Nuno and Conte. These are the same players, and so so yes, I'm happy that they really like Edge, and some of those players are gone, or hopefully we hope they're gone. Like Dyer being one, I hope he could be gone. Kane is gone, so really, we need more of those players to go, and we have about 5 days left.
Yeah,
in the window, so it's going to be an interesting couple of days.
Yeah.
But
I just feel like y'all got a lot of clutter. You have a 33-man squad. You don't need 33.
Well, it's 38 now because someone just went out on loan. Alfie Devine just went out on loan.
Okay. Yeah, I went on loan to Bale. That's right. Yeah. Nah, I think you have a lot of players that you just got to move on from them. But they're still here. So clearly, I mean, Levy is awful at moving players on, bro. It's crazy.
Yeah,
well, he's so bad at it.
I mentioned a woman. Her name is Rebecca Capelhorn. She's in charge of the outgoings. Now you're probably wondering who? Like, that Snoop Dogg. Who?
Yeah. That meme. Who?
She actually worked for Queens Park Rangers, but she worked with them in finance. So she's good with contracts, which is okay, but there's a big difference in getting rid of dead weight unwanted dead weight that doesn't have value. And apparently she has the same thing of Daniel Levy in the sense of for outgoings, you should get close to the value that you brought the player. But a lot of our players, like I was saying last night, depreciated. A lot of them depreciated. We don't know when to sell. Like Sanchez has depreciated when we first got him for 35 mil.
Yeah.
Right now, we'll be lucky if we got 25 mil for him.
You won't. You won't get 25 for him.
Tanguy, for how much we got him for 56 mil, there's no way we're going to have to take a huge loss on him because no one's going to buy him. Even Napoli, my Italian team, is not going to.
Yeah, no chance.
I think they offered 12 mil. So it's like you're not going to get the full value for this place. They have depreciated. We are the worst in regards to knowing when to sell and get rid of a play. When the play doesn't work out, they don't work out. You sell them that first window where they don't work out.
Yeah.
And the problem is we're sentimental FC.
Yeah.
I don't know why, because it's not like we won a lot of trophies.
Where's the sentiment? Where's it? Where are the good times? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's crazy. Hold up, I'll be right back. I'm gonna go grab some.
Yeah, sentimental FC. Big up C Cube. I put the link on if you want to jump on. Scott, if you want to jump on, I put the link. Anybody that wants to come on, have your say. Have your say. For me, talking Spurs, talking a little bit of the Premier League. I got my Malibu and my Coca-Cola, and just celebrate this victory, celebrating the progress, and talking Spurs, talking about real stuff. Scott said it's football, not just Premier League, in regards to refereeing. Yeah, I would say that, but the Premier League, like I said, is the best, right? We're supposed to be on point.
I feel like I feel like there is a bit of truth in that because some of the reffing decisions in other sports, bro. Like I saw the other day there was this in MLB. I think it was a Dodgers National. It was whatever. It was some game, and like the announcers, the umpire called a strike, and it was like way out, and the announcers for both teams were like, what? They literally were like, bro, they're just some crappy ass refs. The NFL's always got some fucking horrible officiating too. It's crazy, bro. I don't get it. I don't know what's so hard about it. It's like, do people really crash under pressure like that? Yeah. They're like, I don't know, bro.
For people in the chat, yes, I know he was responding to Gary Neville's comment. Yeah. Joe Cole was on the panel today. And so he said to Joe Cole and I forgot the other guy, Crouchy. It was Crouchy and Joe Cole on there. But yes, I thank you. I knew he was responding to Gary Neville, the opinionated Gary Neville, who is sometimes wrong and sometimes right, but for the most time he is wrong.
I think he talks a lot of shit. No, you know who's worse? Nah, Jamie Carragher's way worse. That guy chats more shit than Neville, I think.
Yeah. So, going back to, because I want to talk good things before we get to the bad, right? Because I like to keep it balanced, right? I like to talk about the good, the bad, and the ugly. And trust me, there is some ugly. It's coming up. It's the transfer window and Richarlison. But another good thing I want to say about this club also too is that what used to be the weakness of this team as the midfield is now becoming a strength.
Yep.
You look at, right, we sub all three midfielders, right? And then we put in Skippy, coming off the bench the last 10 minutes, okay, Right, we put in Lo Celso. Right, he was a little bit rusty, but I think he's a good solid backup for Madison. So I don't want to sell him, right? Unless you're going to get a replacement. But I know Daniel Levy. He's not going to get a replacement.
That shit. He ain't doing that. Yeah, no.
He ain't doing that. Then we had Højbjerg who came in from the bench. Okay, Højbjerg can be serviceable from the bench, and this is not including Bentancur.
Yeah,
this is not including Bentancur. So that's just 7. That's 7 midfielders. So what was a weakness is now clearly the strength of our team.
Yeah.
You know?
And that's good that you have your midfield sorted. That's good. Because look at a team like Manchester United. They have someone like Rashford that can score you goals. As much as I don't rate Bruno, he scores and gets assists. He is effective, to be fair. Sometimes. So what was I gonna say? But their midfield is awful. The midfield's awful. Man United's midfield. It gets bypassed so easy.
Casemiro was wheezing. We had him wheezing.
And they were not good today against Forest. Really were not.
Forest
came back and won, but
how did Forest? I was like, oh man, Forest is about to. And then they came back. Credit to them. They came back.
Yeah. No, absolutely.
It's Christopher Nyman available. Would be a perfect striker for a few seasons. Fast, poacher, quite tall. Yeah.
Who does he play for?
Head as well.
He must be in Sweden or something. Some unknown. I'm trying to think. Christopher Nyman. Yeah, I was thinking for a striker. The El Naziri would fit your team well, I think. El Naziri at Sevilla, the Moroccan striker.
There's one for we were looking at what's his name? Striker. Why am I not remembering? Not Jimenez, the Mexican, not him. So another striker. I'm going completely blank. But would be okay. It'll come back to me when we talk about transfer. Dyer, Sanchez, still loads of deadwood.
Yeah, I think they're gonna stay, bro. I think they're gonna stay. If I'm honest.
Well,
like who wants that?
There is a rumor Tosin straight swap for Dyer with Fulham.
That's a downgrade. Why would Fulham do that? That's a downgrade.
For Fulham, it's a downgrade. Well, Tosin doesn't want to re-sign a new contract.
So you want to downgrade your team? Okay. Would you rather lose a good player on a free and his would you? No, I was right actually. Would you rather lose a good player? Would you rather lose a good player on a free, and then that's it, or would you rather swap him for someone who's shit? Exactly.
Yeah.
Why would you, bro? If we know for a fact that is a downgrade, that is a downgrade.
Jimenez, I mentioned
for Tosin is a downgrade because Eric Dyer is awful. So,
yeah, it wasn't Orban. It was somebody else. Gosh, I'm forgetting who. Maybe it's the Malibu. I am having Malibu.
Hey, that's what's up, man. That's what's up. Love Malibu. It's so tasty.
But Jimenez, I think anybody's better with Charleston. Would be good.
Honestly, he's so bad. I don't know what the hell's wrong with him.
Yeah.
Actually, it's not even that. Like, I think his level is like a Watford or an Everton. I think that's his level, bro. That's where he's played his best. It's like Conor Gallagher. It's like you've played your best football at Crystal Palace, and then you haven't really played that good consistently ever since. It's like, then that's probably your level, bro. That's probably your level. I just don't think Richarlison's a high-level striker. I really don't.
Brendan Johnson got injured. Guys in the chat, thank you for the help, but it's not them. It's actually there was someone that was just like, okay, that's off the radar, like most people haven't talked about. But
come here.
It'll come to me. Maybe I had it on my phone. It will come to me. But
Yo, would you take Jonathan David?
Let me correct you.
Okay.
Jonathan David. He's French Haitian background.
Oh, he's playing in France. All right, fair.
Yeah, and he's a Haitian background. Big up, IT.
Nice.
Yeah,
Nice.
yeah. I want to correct people just in case he joins the team. Yeah.
Does he want to be called that?
You know what? I need to find out. But no, if he's around any Haitian or French person, they call him David.
Yeah, I know. Yeah.
Yeah, they're not calling him David. Yeah.
So would you take Mr. David?
David? Oh, hell yeah.
I think he fits your team really well.
Yeah, I would take him.
Team really well.
After we saw Richarlison today, and we're gonna get to that. No, the person I'm not thinking about is Jimenez. I mentioned Jimenez. Thank you guys in the chat. I'll pull it up on the phone. But no, it's not him. But yeah. Am I leaving out anything about today's game? The good. I talked about the midfield. Oh, got the dog. I talked about the defense. I talked about the partnership with VDV and Romero, which has been amazing. And I'll say the last thing about that. If you look at scouting reports from 2 years ago, right, the same exact things that we say about the pros and cons about Romero were the same things they were saying about Romero when he was Atalanta. The only difference is Atalanta, like Argentina, had support for him, right? In Argentina, he has Bakuna, Otamendi, Lazaro, Martinez.
Yeah.
Right? At Atalanta, he had that same support, right?
Jose Luis Palomino, Argentine dude with him.
Yeah. Whereas at Tottenham, we had Eric Dyer, or Sanchez, Emerson Royale, and yes, for that.
He already looks so much better with VDV. He already looks so much better with Van de Ven.
Yeah, so much better. And then I think the good thing was naming him vice captain too, giving him that responsibility, right? And it is definitely helping him out in regards to leadership. Madison, the other vice captain, and even Sonny. So I think it's really, really helping. So we're an hour in. We can always go back to good news. Let's talk about the bad. Right? We talked about the good. Right? 7 points out of 9. All right, we're second behind West Ham by some differential. Right? Let's talk about Richarlison. Let me remove Big Ange. Let me remove him. Yeah. Let me. So I'm using Will's thingy here. Yeah. Let me get this here up here. There we go.
Do you think Vicario is a confidence goalkeeper? I think that position's all about confidence. I think that position is all about confidence. I mean, that's just football in general, bro.
Yeah. Yeah. Before we go back to Richarlison, let me go back to Vicario. Vicario didn't have much to do, but he's doing good. because the back line is doing good. So he has been tested in regards to his feet. Like I said, we're going to see when we play the teams, the Man Cities, the Newcastles, the Arsenals. I'm going to get to that. We're going to actually get to the Premier League roundup today. The good teams, it's going to be interesting how we play off the back. But so far, so good. That's the only thing we could judge the team, with this sample size. So far, so good. Me and Iggy was saying that, So yeah. It's we don't want to go on the other side of the spectrum and go nuts, but we also want to go on the other side and be negative. We want to have a balanced view of this team. And if you win, celebrate. It's the beginning of the year. Celebrate. Have a drink.
Have footy back, man.
Yeah. So definitely. We're gonna definitely talk about Manani and Fati because, like I said, the transfer window is coming up. It's coming to a close. Yes, Richarlison, terrible Richy. Oh my goodness, this guy is. It's definitely a confidence issue. It's definitely a psychological issue. Literally today, I tap in. Literally, I know the guy touched the ball. It was technically a handball, but not a deliberate handball. I don't know the rules; they changed, but still, Richy had his chances, 2 or 3 chances, and did not score. Did not score. But the thing that got me wild was during the 53rd, 56th minute, there was a pass to him on a counter. Literally, he tackles himself. He falls down. He tackles himself.
Oh, was that in the second half?
Huh? The second half.
In the second half when you guys were moving left.
Yeah, and mind you, I joked around. I said, "Oh, he didn't fall over himself. He got tackled by Patrick Swayze." No, get it? Patrick Swayze tackled him because I don't want to say he tackled himself. And then after doing that, he sticks his leg out and, of course, trips the guy, and he gets a yellow card. He's removed from the game 5 minutes later. And I'm like, that is it. I'm done. Like I like my steak, well done. Richy needs to go. He needs to go. It's just there is no more. Like I said, okay, give him 4 or 5 games, but clearly 3 games. Clearly, it's not working. So here's my theory, right? Before I get your thoughts on Richy, what I want to see for the Fulham game. Yes, we want to take that cup seriously, and I do. Right? Dane Scarlett, people are like, oh man, he's so young. He's going to be the chance somewhere or somehow. But I'm not going to say Dane Scarlett. Belize, right? Belize is 19 years old.
Yeah.
I get it. But he has already played in some tough Argentina games. He's played against Boca Juniors. He's played against the River Plate. He has played in crazy atmospheres. So it's not so intimidating.
Yeah.
He is good around the box. He has a knack of being at the right place at the right time to score goals. He scored 19. And he's great in the air.
Yes, yeah, for sure.
As bad as Richarlison is, right? And people say, well, his permit. Ali Gold on Friday on his video stream says his permit is good. His work permit is good. He got the permit the same day as BDV. He got his same permit the same day as BDV. He could technically play. He could play. Now, I know Ann says the first 4 months or half he wants him to adapt.
Right. He wants him to,
But he said that in late August when we got him. After these 3 games, I am hoping Ann just like, damn, Richy is shit. All right, you know what, Villiers? this Carabao Cup game, let's see what you got. And if you do good, we can put you against Sheffield United game. Right? It's not too far-fetched.
No, it's not.
Richarlison is horrible, bro. He is horrible. And I'm like, yo, right? You got Valise, right? And he has those attributes, right? He has a good knack of scoring goal. Give him a try. That's what wears Argentina jersey. For good luck, give the Argentina a try.
Bro, you have to. That it's just not gonna work out for Richarlison. It's just not. You can keep trying, but I'm sorry. And then the people trying to stick up for him, I get it. You're trying to be nice and all that shit. But I'm sorry. You don't actually believe the words coming out your mouth, bro. Like people trying to think that this guy is, gonna be the guy to score 20 for you guys. I don't know, man. He's just not very good at the end of the day.
Yeah, man. And I've heard some other commentary about Richarlison. And technically, if you look at his stats, he's been in the Premier League for 5-6 years. He doesn't really cut it. He really doesn't. I know people try to say he saved Everton. Did he really? And
no, he wasn't. To be fair, he was a big part in that. Him and Pickford. And Pickford. Calvert-Lewin hasn't been a goal scorer or anything like Richarlison for this is going on 3 years since Ancelotti left Everton, right? And under Ancelotti, Calvert-Lewin was looking good, definitely. But that was years ago. It was 3 years ago. And Calvert-Lewin's had how many injuries in that time span? How many goals has Calvert-Lewin scored in that time? Probably about 10 goals. And even that might be over what he actually did. I don't know.
I agree, Lewis. Richy is gone mentally.
Yeah.
He is. And Alex, big up Steak. Steak, I put the link on there if you want to jump on and give your
get on.
Jump on. He had a question. He said, Mario, when you start Dane Scarlett if he scores versus Fulham in the Carabao Cup? Either him or Velez, I hope they get to. I hope they get to play and impress.
I think Ange will give a shot. Yeah, Ange will give a shot to the youngsters. That is something he does. He will.
And look at
he's still gonna have a strong lineup. He is still gonna have a strong lineup.
Yeah, because he wants to. He wants to win. He wants to win the thing, and the whole Sonny up front, which is good. But here's the thing now. Because we're so thin at forwards, Steve. We're so thin at forwards. I mean, Brian Hill is gone. If anybody rates him, I don't. But we have Solomon and Perisic. Honestly, it's just Solomon and Perisic that is left available. Perisic, today, to be fair,
Kulusevski too.
Yeah, he's been good. Solomon, it's just we need to pick up another forward, and so because if Richarlison's not going to give us anything, then we're in dire need, and we're gonna have to even pay more than we expected because other teams know we need a forward. We need a forward who can score.
Yeah.
And so,
you need a Jonathan David. You need a Gift Orban. You need even a Beto who's going to Everton. I think he might be able to keep Everton up. I like Beto from Udinese. You need someone like that, bro. You really, really do. Yeah, but the problem is I don't think you will. I don't think Levy cares.
Yeah, and so that's the thing.
He's going to be like, you know what he's going to do? He's going to be like, bro, you got Richarlison. Make it work. Or I'll fire you anyways.
I know this owner. I know Daniel Levy. Right? The great fear is we got 7 out of 9 points, right? right? And is doing miraculous work with these players, right? And Daniel Levy goes, and Daniel on deadline transfer day, he goes, "Oh, we're good. We're good."
He's all set.
That's Daniel Levy, right? Oh, wow, we're doing real good for chance of getting 10 out of our first 12 points. You know what? Do we really need to sign another player?
Right.
That is Daniel Levy. Or Ange, I know he hasn't scored, but you're going to make it work with Charleston. That's Daniel Levy. That is Daniel Levy.
Yes.
I'm telling you, I would not be shocked if we don't sign anybody. People are like, oh, he has to sign at least one. I'm telling you, I have no expectations in regards to Daniel Levy and this transfer window coming to a close.
Yeah. No, I don't think you'll get anyone either, to be fair. But I still think you could do well this year. I just think you might have to sacrifice league positioning a bit if you want to go deep in the FA Cup or Carabao Cup. I think you'll go deep in one of them. I do think you'll go deep, like a semifinal. I could see that 100%. You have the makings of a cup team, and Postecoglou does like to focus on the cup. So, yeah, we'll see. We'll see. Y'all are doing good right now. Who do you have next?
We after Fulham, we have Sheffield United. So we have a good chance of getting 10 points out of the 12, and I think we have Burnley after. Yeah, and then we got
Arsenal.
Liverpool.
Oh, sorry. No. So you got Fulham away, the Carabao. Then it's Burnley away.
Burnley away. Okay.
Then it's Sheffield United at home, then Arsenal away, which you usually lose. So it's not like that would be a surprise if that happened again.
Arsenal's playing the way they're playing now, but we'll get to that. So excellent point here. He says if he is benched, I just hope he doesn't turn toxic and ruin the vibe of the club.
I don't think he's that kind of guy.
With Charleston?
I don't think he's that kind of guy. I don't think so. I mean, the only thing he said last year was that it was a shit season just because he didn't play. Other than that, what did we hear about him making drama and all this stuff? I didn't. But you're closer to that. You're closer to Spurs news. Did you hear anything? I also haven't heard anything about him from Everton and Watford. Concerns
there
about
was a little something in late January with him and Conte, but
where he said it felt like shit that he wasn't playing, right?
Yeah, and then he said he wasn't talking about Conte. So there was something late July, early.
That wasn't
January, early February. There was a little something with Charleston and Conte, but
it wasn't like major. And you know what? Look at what he actually said. It wasn't like he was blaming anyone, or he wasn't like, it was just about him not playing, that he was frustrated about it. Like I don't think, like, do you think that pissed off any of his teammates, so that he had a falling out with someone because of those comments? I don't think so. You know what I'm saying?
I guess a off-topic question we'll talk about, I guess, about steaks. And I'll talk about that later. But for me, I don't like to get sick. I like my meat cooked. All right? So I don't want to get sick. Yes, good. Oh, steak loses flavor when you cook it more. I get that. And once in the blue moon, I may, taste medium rare. But for me, I have to have it cooked. But yeah, I know. It's weird. Everybody has a weird food thing. Big up, DG. Thank you for the super chat. Richy didn't even score last season. Look at the replay. On goal. Yeah, no, that was questionable. That was questionable. Yeah, no.
It didn't mean shit at the end of the day. Because then you conceded like 5 seconds later. Yeah.
You still lost.
Mm-hmm. That was crazy, man.
Yeah, man. It's just Dane Scarlett has not even played championship football, let alone play against a Premier League quality. Seriously, do people actually think sometimes
I mean, it's better, bro. You have to think of some solutions, right? Richarlison ain't that guy.
Well,
He just ain't that guy.
To be fair, Daniel, I said the Carabao Cup. Start him out and see how he plays.
Like Fulham will probably play a weaker team.
Yeah, and then see how he plays and maybe put him in. I mean, Richarlison is really bad, but I'm more in favor of putting Velez because Velez has actually played. I know it's not Premier League, right? And BDV, being able to have no experience and be able to just play is one example. If you're good, you're good. But Velez has played. If you watch Argentinian football, it's highly competitive. It's very intense. And for me, I think Velez should get the chance. Velez should play the Carabao Cup game, and get a chance to possibly to show the team something, even to name him on the bench. At least.
No, I agree. I agree, 100%, bro.
Velez has a good knack of scoring goals. He reminds me of Tim Vickery or someone said Hernan Crespo. I'm like, no, more of a taller Lautaro Martinez for me. I think because he's 6'2", good in the air, but like I said, he has a good knack of in the box, his movement in the box, and be able to score. And right now, Richarlison is looking like dog crap.
He's looking worse than Elijah Adebayo at Luton Town.
Yeah, he's playing horrible.
I would rather take Adebayo over Richarlison, bro. Adebayo looked good yesterday, to be honest. Relatively good for Luton Town yesterday, bro. I'd rather have him than Richarlison.
Yeah. Is Velez a good pressing forward? I don't know, but I wouldn't say there'll be a big drop off with Richarlison because.
Oh my God, Miami goal! Jesus.
Was it Messi?
No, he's on the bench.
Yeah, because they said they can rest because it's a regular league game. Yeah, they played the Red Bull.
Yeah, Red Bulls are terrible, bro.
Yeah.
They ain't that good.
And the next season they were regulation battle and stayed up again. Yeah.
Yeah. Bro, I think they're screwed this season, though. I think Everton are absolutely done out here. I think they're finished. I don't see anything in that team, bro. I don't see anything. No goals through three losses. History also shows that if you're battling relegation for 3+ seasons, usually you go down eventually. So
apparently Fulham's manager is suspended for the cup game.
Marco Silva suspended? Really?
He did get a card in the Arsenal game. He did get a card. I didn't know it was a red card. Maybe play a false 9 role for Lo Celso or Sonny. Could be. Lo Celso, I mentioned the stream earlier, the watch along, putting him for Kulu. Oh yeah. So let's get to Kulu, right? The bad. Kulu was not that good, in my opinion, until he scored that goal. He wasted so many chances. I didn't think he was good at all, and so that's a problem. Like I said, going into the transfer closure, it's not good. We need Kulu to play better. Yes, he scored that goal, but
yeah,
I see it as almost like fool's goal, because they were like, "Yeah, Kulu scored," and we have that song, "Gimme, Gimme, Gimme,"
a ginger from Sweden or something.
Ginger for Sweden, but he did not play good. Let me pull up the Sofa score.
Wasn't good, bro. He certainly isn't an Alexander Isak, I don't think.
Yeah. Let me.
He's just too predictable, bro. He's just way too predictable, if I'm honest. And like, I feel like he receives the sometimes he like receives the ball in a good position, and then he's just takes too much time to make up a decision, and then he's already he's surrounded by dudes. So it's just like I don't know.
James Madison. I got the wrong screen to share. Hold up. Yeah, I'm trying to pull up the screen. Do you see it?
Let me go full screen.
Yeah. Pull up the.
Yeah, I can read that. Yeah.
Okay. So we got the sofa score screen right here. Richarlison was the worst, of course. He had a 6.3.
That's generous.
Yeah. Kulu at a 7.7, and the only reason why, because he was actually at halftime, I think a 6.9, 6.8. He scored the goal, so that got him over. James Madison man of the match. He had an 8. Sonny, who people are still saying is still poo-pooing on him. He had this second highest score. He had an 8, and Sonny could have had 2 assists.
What's up, Cube?
Big up,
Hi.
Cube.
Hi, boys.
What's up?
What's up? We're going over the sofa scores, and going right into Sonny's score. Sonny had an 8.0 score. Had a good game. He would have had 2 assists if Richarlison had finished his lunch. But yeah, let me pull it up. Sonny had an 8.0. He had the second highest. Madison had an 8.3. The back line all had 7s, 7.5 and above. Christian Romero was a 7.7. Oh wow, I sound like Will Stewart here. We go Will. 7.7 for Romero. Kulu, I said the reason why he got 7.7 because he scored that goal. So that raised his score to 7.7. Pedro Porro, 7.7. Basuma, 7.7. Vicario, 7.4. VDB is 7.4. SAR, 7.4. Udoji, 7.3. So our whole backline got a 7. Lo Celso got a 7 in his short cameo. Hoiberg a 7. Perisic a 6.9, but he just came in second half. Skippy 6.8. But the worst was really Richarlison at 6.3.
So I haven't checked out the sofa scores on Richarlison, but I think that for me, I think he did a little bit better. Not that he did a lot, but I just felt like he was a little bit better this game than versus United.
So is what you're saying to me, Cubed, is that maybe at the end of the year he might get a goal?
Yeah, a goal.
It's just slow and steady. It's just very slow.
Yeah.
And
Well,
steady
here's the thing. Here's the thing about Richy. So I think that like he played a little bit better today in the sense that I didn't feel like he messed up as much. Like he wasn't like losing the ball, just falling down as much as he did against.
He did fall down though. He did,
but he falls down every game. Let's be honest. Okay, but I think that he was less this game. I do think he was less this game. I said it in the chat, and I feel like if we're intent on going with Richarlison, which sounds like we are, but if we are really intent on playing Richy in the middle, we do need to get more corners because I think that Richy has a higher likelihood of scoring from a header than he has from his feet. I think that we know that he has that in his locker, especially compared to our other forwards. I mean, Sonny is not good at scoring headers. He's done it, but it's not his forte. I've never seen Decky score a header. So, I mean, out of our forwards, I mean, he's the option in that regard. So, I think that he, him and then Van de Ven, I hear, is good at headers.
Yeah.
And so basically him, Van de Ven and Romero, that's exactly what I was going to say. Romero are pretty much our header options. So I feel like we need to get more corners. If we expect him to score, we need to get a little bit more corners.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, I agree. One thing I wanted to point out, though, this is how low the bar is for Richarlison. You literally said, I'm glad that he didn't fall on his own as much as he did last game. Deep that. We have to talk about a professional footballer staying on his feet. And that's improvement, bro.
Okay, so here's the thing about Richy in that regard, okay? I think, so I don't, again, I've said it before, I don't think that Richy is as bad as some other people think he is. That, because I do think that he's pretty fast. He kind of like, I think he does press. That being said, Richy, despite being our player, he definitely has this issue with falling down. The guy is, I said it when he was at Everton, and I'm not going to go and waffle just because he's our player now.
Yeah.
The guy dives. Okay. He falls down. You can just, he sometimes it's a dive. Sometimes it's not a dive. Sometimes it's legitimately him just falling down, but it's also like he falls down easily. He gets his like legs tangled up and he just falls, he's constantly falling. I don't know if it's clumsiness. I don't know what it is, but he is constantly falling.
He got tackled by Patrick Swayze. He got tackled by a ghost. He got tackled by a ghost.
Bro, it's crazy. I don't see a player.
You get the joke, Q? No.
I mean, he was always like that, So him falling down is like not even a surprise to me. What is more frustrating is the fact that he can't even score a tap in. You know what I mean? It's not even like I'm expecting him to score like screamers, but him like
I'd be surprised.
He can't score a tap in or on a completely empty goal or you know what I mean? Like it's like the keeper's not even there. Like he can't even score those like chances, and that's scary.
Yeah.
But you were talking about Decky. I think that Decky really, I don't think that he played very well other than the goal. But I'm very happy for him because I think that will help his confidence. I think we saw it before. There's a player in there. I think he just needs his confidence up, and I think that he needs to figure out the system and how he's going to be able to fit into this system. If, maybe it is that position, maybe it's not that position. I don't know. But there's obviously a player in there. So I'm not really like throwing my toys out about Decky. I don't think he's like the biggest issue that we have.
Oh, Kulusevski?
Yeah.
I just think he's too predictable. Like, he tries to do the Arjen Robben cut right, left, but he ain't Arjen Robben, bro. Because Arjen Robben could just do that.
Yeah, that's why
he does need to work on his 2-footedness.
He needs to think of something else to do. How easy is it to defend against him? Let's be real. Let's be real here. How easy is it to defend against him? He's not particularly quick. He's an all right dribbler. He's all right.
But that's the thing. He is. I think that he is a good dribbler. The issue with him is that I agree with you. He's too predictable. Yeah. He needs to work on his 2-footedness. He is just way too 1-footed. That's the issue. So I think with Decky, he needs some confidence, and he actually has to put some work in. Because this guy is a guy who, when he came in, he said he likes to suffer. So he needs to suffer, and he needs to put a whole lot more work in. What he needs to do is spend some extra time, after training, and just, you know what I mean? Just put that.
Figure it out.
Figure it out. Bro. Do some additional, dribbling back and forth. Spend some extra time on on the pitch after training, whatever he needs to do, continue to, do some, like shots after training, whatever he needs to do, but he has to put some extra work in, is the way I see it. Yeah. But I think he can do it. If he's willing to put the work in, he can do it, because there is a player in there.
I think centrally, maybe that's gonna be. I don't know, bro. Like I don't know. I don't think getting him on a permanent was the prior. I don't know. I just feel like you could have done better there, bro. That's neither here nor there. Y'all did it, but I mean, overall as a team, I thought y'all did really well.
Well, I was saying this during, like, in the chat during the watch along, but the difference, like the big difference is, I mean, obviously, we know that our midfield is really starting to look good right now, but I feel like the biggest change we had is being able to have defenders that are better. Like when you see that, finally we have, Dyer, Sanchez, Tanganga, none of them are in that defender role. Cess, like none of them are there, right? So I mean, the difference, it just, even like I think that Van de Ven actually has been playing well. I think that it's still early, but so far he's been playing well. But I wouldn't say he's like, he's not world class or elite, but he's obviously, at least better than our very low standard of like Dyer, right? Yeah. So just by that role, just like that upgrade there, it made like such a big difference. So I think that like and I pointed this out during the watch along as well, that like if you look at Conte's defenders, we only have one defender that we played during this game that was a defender during Conte time.
That's Romero.
Okay. Yeah, Romero. That's it. Van de Ven, Udogie, Porro, none of them played under Conte.
Yeah.
So that's the big difference, at least to me. I feel like that's like a really, really big thing. I know that everybody's looking at the midfield as like, the star of the show, but I personally think it's the defense, because that's the place that we keep on talking about. We keep talking about the defense being the issue.
Yeah, the back line is.
But the problem here is that once Romero or Van de Ven gets injured, we are fucked. We are so fucked, because the drop-off is so huge after that. And at least one of them will get injured at some point this season. At least we don't have Europe, so we don't have like additional games. But at some point, one of them will get injured, because it happens every season, and we're going to be screwed.
A suspension. It could be a red card.
Yeah, we have to get.
It could be an illness. It could be a family thing. It could be you got to have backup. You got to be prepared for any situation, bro. Life happens.
That's why we really needed two center backs that could start. Like we really needed. Van de Ven's not good just on his own. Like that wasn't good enough. We needed Van de Ven and Tapsova. We needed two center backs to come in.
Yeah. 100%.
And there's a possibility. The rumor is Tosin, a straight swap for him for Dyer. I don't rate Tosin that much, but I would rather have him than Dyer, because of the fact that Dyer is part of that old regiment, part of that old players council meeting group, and it's like we need to move on from that era of players. And it's just time. He just needs to go. So I would gladly take Tosin. Though I don't rate him as much, but I would have him than Dyer to come in.
Yeah.
But hold on. Frankly, Tottenham, Porro played like 2 games under Conte. Okay? Porro played like a game or 2. Yeah.
And he played as a wing back. So technically that you could argue that wasn't defense per se.
But out of, you're saying defenders, he only had like 2 games under Conte. So that wasn't like him being able, like that wasn't like Conte being able to work with defenders and be able to be successful with defenders. That's what my point is. It's like, it's not like he had the tools to be successful because these defenders were not there.
Yeah.
for him to be able to work with and be successful with.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
Definitely.
And then I think another position that we really need right now is just the forward line. You know, the rumors are still, you know, Gift Orban, but you know, you hear the rumors that we are not paying 30 mil for Gift Orban. And I'm just like, maybe you need to pay 30 million for Gift Orban.
So foolish, bro. It's so foolish.
Because I mean, we are thin in the front line. We are literally just only 5 people: Perisic, Solomon, Sonny, Richarlison, and Kulu. Because Brian Hill, I don't rate, but he's injured, and so we really only have 5 people. And you know, and for me, I'm just like, unless because I'm not hearing anything. You know, Jonathan David, you know, maybe possibly, but do we want to pay that price for him? You know,
if you're not paying 30 for Gift Orban, I don't think you're gonna pay that for David.
And then, you know, my dream scenario, it will never happen, is, you know, going back to Juventus and say, hey, look, you have a couple unhappy people, you know, a couple people talk about it, and just in a dream, I'm not saying it's gonna happen, but I said, man, my dream scenario would be like Juventus say, we need money. All right, let's double swoop and get Federico Chiesa and Vlahovic to come in, you know, but a double swoop, you know, Harry Kane money, but that's not happening. But boy, I would jizz in my pants if that was to happen. But yeah, man,
We just need better options. You know, like right now, I don't even expect us to sign like a top class striker. We just need a better option than we have, just to get us through, you know, until maybe like January or something. You know what I mean? Like, but if we go the way that we're going, you know, and we don't make any additional signings and we don't have any more outgoings in the next few days or something, then things are looking really positive right now, but just wait, you know, like a couple months in, it's gonna start falling apart once we get some injuries.
Yeah. And like I said, you know, I want to be more positive to the window.
And then I came in and made it all negative.
No. I mean, you're being real. I mean, I talked about the good. This is the hour I talk about the bad. And I mentioned Daniel Levy. Daniel Levy is probably thinking, oh, we got 7 points out of 9 for chance of getting 10 out of 12. Yeah, what moves do we need to make on this team?
Yeah,
we need moves. We're a work in progress, and yes, we're off to a good start. We still have a lot of work to do. And knowing Daniel Levy, C-Cube, you know him. He's thinking like, well, you know, we don't really need to bring in somebody, you know, and so it's just
that's the problem. So it feels like this is always what's happening. Obviously, I mean, I don't know Daniel Levy, but like it feels like that's what happens with us is that we have some positivity, you know, like we hire, you know, a really great manager. Or we make a signing or two that seem like it's like looking really good for us. And then everybody gets gassed up and excited. And then we don't do the last bit to actually get us over the line. That's what happens all the time. Like, I just feel like, and yeah, I mean, maybe people are feeling like I'm raining on their parade or something here, but like, I'm not, because I do feel like things are positive, and I think that things are better now than, you know, they were a few months ago. Like, I obviously, right, and I'm excited to see what happens, you know, and I'm excited for Ange and Ange Ball, so all those things. So I'm not like raining on anybody's parade in that regard, but let's be honest, if we don't get some backups in, if we don't do that last bit that will actually back Ange, then it's going to fall apart by mid-season. Sorry. I know I'm raining on everybody's parade, but it is.
No, but it's
it
true.
happens every single time.
It's
It
true.
happens every single time. And it's not even because of Ange, and it's not because of, any manager. It's not because of anything. It's because every single manager, every single team has injuries. That happens. And once those injuries start, then that's when, that's when it becomes real, And so, even honestly, like even some of our, rivals, like you have to say, oh, maybe they start out really strong in the beginning of the season and then they get hit with injuries and then they fall apart. So I'm just being real. Like if we don't actually do that little bit to reinforce, then we're going to fall apart in midseason. And then it's going to turn really toxic because that's what happens every time too. When we start playing badly or, whatever, then it becomes really toxic. Fans like turn against each other. They turn against the manager. They're really abusive to the manager, to be honest, when they have limited resources to work with to begin with.
Yeah, and that's why I tell people, you can be excited about the team. I'm excited about the team. I'm excited that we win. We won. We're up there. We're like the spirit of the team. That the regime is different. You love the team, but you can hate the regime. And the thing is, the regime has to say of how this team is going to go going forward. I almost feel like I'm going to get my heart broken 2 years later, in the sense of, let's just as an example, right? Apparently, like I said, the big name coaches, Jose, Conte, it didn't work out, right? But Harry Redknapp, right? Poch, right? So I put Ange in that category of coach, right? And he's very charismatic, and people are liking him. And he's really a likable guy. I like Ange. Also, man, I feel bad for him because it's almost like enjoy the honeymoon now, because when it gets to a point, and maybe the point of top 4 qualification, right? Once you hit top 4, that's it. You're not going to get any more support, because the same thing happened to Redknapp, the same thing happened to Poch, and it looks like it's going to be the same thing. I mean, I don't want to go in the future, but it's just like, it's just like, man, it's just is, because for the 23 years, it's always been this way. I said this in one stream. No one changes Daniel Levy except for Daniel Levy. Harry didn't change him. Martin Joel didn't change him. Conte didn't change him. Jose didn't change him. And Big Ange is not going to change Daniel Levy. Daniel Levy is Daniel Levy.
Who he is.
The only person that's going to change Daniel Levy is Daniel Levy and how he runs his club.
Look, the way I see it is this. If we would actually do pretty well until, like, if we had one more center back, and I mean like good center back that could, is Van de Ven, Romero kind of level, maybe, I mean, we probably wouldn't get anybody as good as Romero, but let's be honest, but at least Van de Ven level or whatever. And if we got one more center back like that, and we got one striker, right, that could actually, start above, Richy, or, actually score some goals. I think that if we did that, we could make it to January and be in good shape and actually be like, be top 4 or something like that, right? But even if we got that, we would not be able to just rest on our laurels in January either. And knowing Levy, not only do I think that he is not going to get a center back and a striker before this window closes, but even if he did get that, if we got that, he would definitely not reinforce in January. That's the thing that needs to happen. We have to get those two things, striker, center back, good ones that can actually go right into the team until January, then reinforce again in January. That's what you need to do to be like a team
Stay
that
at the top.
Yeah, stay. And I'm not even talking about like being, beating Man City, because I mean that's even next level. Like I mean, for us to even be in that top 4, we have to do those things. I think that people that are like gassing us like, oh my gosh, Angelo, we look so good. I'm like, really? Like, it's not enough. It's still not enough, because once we start getting injuries, we're screwed. It happened every single time. It happened under Jose. You remember when, Kane went out, and then we started really, falling apart. And then when Sonny went out, and he was injured, oh my gosh. And Jose was so unlucky. He had so many injuries in that squad, and it was really bad. I remember. And then like Conte it was so bad too. Like last season, we had a certain point where we had no forwards on the bench.
Yeah.
And he had to change his tactics to a 2 up top. He was playing Perisic as one of the 2 because he had nobody on the bench. And if he had one more injury, then he would literally have no forwards at all. So Sonny was playing injured, and we had, Perisic up top at one point and just in a 2. So all we had was, Perisic moved into that role, Sonny and Kane. Do you remember? It was like basically like Richy was injured, Decky was injured, Hill was, I think, out on loan or injured, and then Lucas was injured. So what about if we have a situation like that again, Or there was a point where our midfield, we didn't have anybody in midfield. We had to play like a major game. It was like Sar and Skip in our midfield. At the time, Sar was not playing the way that he was right now.
When y'all lost 6-1, I remember when y'all lost 6-1 to Newcastle, you played Sar and Skip in midfield.
Yeah, we had nobody. We had
nobody.
There's points in there where like it was like academy players on the bench who I guess like our manager did not trust, right? Yeah. So this keeps happening. So we have to reinforce.
100%. I agree.
Definitely have to reinforce. And so today there were other games that came on today. We'll talk briefly about it around the EPL.
Okay, just really quickly, I want to point out something that Bill Greenwood said. I agree. So exactly, Bill Greenwood. Reminder that we have Basuma and Sar going away this season for like a month for AFCON. We have Sonny, who will actually be gone as well for a period of time, I think for Asian Cup or Asian Games or something like that. So we will have players that will be out of the, at those games. So what are we going to do? What if we have a couple injuries and then those guys are leaving, and then what are we going to do? So we have to reinforce.
Oh, that's a very important question.
I forget about that AFCON thing all the time, to be fair.
Yeah.
You're right.
No, because, we're going to lose Basuma, we're going to lose Sar, and so we will have to replace those players. You're 100% right. I almost forgot. What was your thoughts of the game before we move on, Cube?
I think we played really well. I think that we still have some kinks to work out. And I think that they're still learning Ange Ball. I think that's kind of clear, to be totally honest, that they're still trying to like work out some of the chemistry. Because there were some times where you could see, like there were actually quite a bit of times where you were like somebody passed and then they didn't pass, like they passed like in a place that the other person like was like, why, what, you were passing to me? Like they were kind of gesturing like that was intended for me, or like I thought we were going to pass over there, or like sometimes where people were yelling at each other to be like, you're supposed to pass to me. Why didn't you pass to me? So there was a little bit of that happening, and you could tell that some of it was just chemistry and like trusting each other and like knowing when like the connection, knowing when the other person was going to pass to them or not, or where they were knowing that that person was going to be in that spot or not. So if we can get that sorted out, which I think we will as they play together more, I think that we'll be in good shape. My only concern really other than that is really about that reinforcement part.
All right, we have Frank who's in the house. Big up, Frank. Yeah, man, Frank, how are you feeling? What are your thoughts about today's games?
I'm quietly confident that we are gonna have a good season. I really do. I agree with the Batwoman up there on the screen that we do need a centre back. We need one more centre back, and a striker. We probably need someone because Sonny's not looking at the races, is he? Really, he's just not. He's missing what he used to have. You know. I hope he proves me wrong. I hope that Zippy's Sonny comes back, but you know. But for once, we've got a midfield that is probably top 4, I would say, in the Premier League. We've got 2 fullbacks that are looking pretty good. I mean, Poro's defensively is not the best, but you know what? Going forward, he can score. He's got a great eye for the goal.
Yeah.
And is it Odoji or Odogi? I don't know. I keep getting here.
It's Udogi. It's Udogi. I asked in Italian.
So
Odoji. Yeah.
Okay. I really like that kid, Odoji. He just like the way he just springs into the box. You know, he causes mayhem when he gets in there, and then you got Sa. That kid, I'd say in about 2 years, 3 years, potential world class. I really do. And the one player that we cannot lose is Madison. We can't lose him on an injury, a long-term injury.
Oh yeah, no, definitely, 100%.
You know, I know we have Lo Celso, but for me, he's not the same gravy as Madison. You know. So yeah, I'm quietly confident that we just keep, you know, no one's talked about us yet. If we just go along, we beat Burnley, Sheffield United. I know we got Fulham in the Carabao Cup on Tuesday, right?
Yeah.
That's going to be a tough. That's not going to be an easy game. That's going to be a tough at their place. But we need trophies, so there's more emphasis to that game.
Yeah.
So, but when it comes to the Premier League, you know, we don't have really another tough match till Arsenal, I think. So, yeah, I think
Burnley at home might give you some problems on the break.
Who?
Burnley. They're going to White Hart Lane, and then y'all are going to Sheffield United away, I think, which you'll win that.
I think people are underestimating Burnley.
Burnley finished in 10th.
I think that Burnley stays up this
season.
Yeah,
comfortably, I think. Comfortably.
I think people are underestimating them. I think they're definitely going to take some points off of some.
100%.
If it's a company, will do a good job, and so
they got the manager, bro. They got the manager. I'm not saying Vincent Kompany is amazing, but I'm very impressed with them so far. Very impressed with them.
I think what Frank said is very telling in regards to like when you were saying like, oh, we just really can't have Madison like be injured. Mads can't be injured, and I'm like, exactly. That's exactly my point. When we thought that he was not going to be available for the Bournemouth game, we were all like, oh my gosh, it's going to happen. So I think that
he's like the keystone to us.
Yeah. So that's my point about how we're so vulnerable still.
Yeah. Yeah. We need, it would be nice if Levy kind of added a little more juice to that to that position, to the creative part of the field. But I don't see that happening. I just don't, because if you ask me, I think I'm with Lo Celso. I think we'll just hope that he comes through if Madison does get injured. This is how I see it. But I think the biggest thing is centre back, because if any of those boys go down, then we got Sanchez.
It's trouble. Yeah.
And yeah, it's trouble. And it's like, yeah, so we need, I think if anything, we're going to get anyone, it's got to be a centre back. And then, probably a striker. But there's no strikers really out there, really, to get. So, I mean,
no, there are definitely strikers out there. I disagree just on the basis of.
Well, give me some.
So for me, Jonathan David, you did get one in Belize. You got Beto at Udinese. You have Mbuemo at Brentford. I like him. I think he could work in that system. With
I don't know if we would get Mbuemo. I would take him, but I don't think
he works his nuts off. He makes so many unselfish runs. He's physical. I think he would work perfect in that.
I don't think we could get him. Don't get me wrong. I totally rate him. I would love him, but I don't think we could get him.
I think that guy is. I think that guy's very good.
And remember, we're talking about around 50 million. I can't see Levy going over 50 million on a striker. Okay. I just can't.
Well, he kind of went over that for Richarlison.
That's why I think that's why
that's a 60 million. That's a 60 million, striker right there.
Yeah.
He's the toughest guy to negotiate with when it comes to selling. I mean, to selling players. But like when he buys players, it's like Belly 65, wasn't it? Richy, 60 million. The Celso, was it 50 million? It's like he spends money. Like you think that he would be spending, like he's so different on the flip side of the coin. Like when I heard that Richarlison was 60 million, I was like, "Are you fucking nuts? 60 million for Richarlison? We just wasted 25 million. That's what you know what I mean?
Yeah.
I thought maybe 40, 35 million for Richarlison, maybe, and then all of a sudden it's 60 million. I mean, God.
Yeah, it's double. That's double what he's worth, probably.
Yeah, and look at him now. He's each game that goes by where he's not scoring, he's just, you can tell the frustration. He's just
yeah.
But I'm not saying that. I mean, he definitely has some that he's like he's taking accountability sometimes. But I want to also mention that he after the United game, he was being interviewed and people took some of his quotes and took the quote that he was saying that he needs to, that the goals will come and he needs to do better, and take that and be like, well, he has a great attitude. But if you looked at the full quotes, he actually blamed it being like saying that he was mad, not for being taken off, substituted off, but he was mad because he wasn't getting past the ball in the box. And that annoyed me. I was like, you were past the ball in the box at times and you would lose it. Or there were multiple times that I saw Sonny, Decky, and Mads actually looking ahead and looking for Richarlison, and he wasn't getting there. Yeah. They were looking for him. And that was really frustrating because I don't think that he takes full accountability.
He's just not getting in the right positions when he's getting into the box. It's obvious. You get Sonny looking up, you get Decky looking up, and the times that Decky does get a bit of space to cross the ball, Richarlison is in front of a centre back. That's when he should be looping right around the centre back to get in front of the centre back. you know, to tap that ball in or to get his head on it. You know, he's best quality is heading the ball. So, like, the winger should get the ball up a bit high so he can jump, get it in. That's what kind of striker that he's known for, really, and for tap-ins and stuff, you know.
But he can't even do a tap-in right now, Frank.
No, because
he's not even doing tap-ins.
He's going through some voodoo right now. I mean, he plays very well for Brazil. When he plays for Brazil, he's got this confidence, you know.
Yeah, he does all right for them. Yeah, he does all right.
I just wish that, you know, obviously he has something to give. He's just, I don't know. Is it living in England? Is it whatever it is? You know, it's just, you know, it's not coming forward. And I don't know how long it can last, because I think what's going to happen is in January, probably Levy and Angie probably have talked about this. Like, we'll give it till January, and then we'll you know, go on the market and try and get somebody. I mean, that would be the only sensible thing I see to do.
Camping Car Joa. No, Sonny and Kulu have not been poor at crossing the ball. Maybe they have not been crossing the ball as prolifically as they did when they were at their best, you know, when maybe it was the Conte's like first season, let's say. But they are not poor at crossing the ball, and they have not been poor because there have been multiple times when they were looking for him and they couldn't find him. And they had several good crosses, and he was not able to get there. And Perisic has also, we know that Perisic can cross the ball, and Richy still can't, you know, get on the end of it. And we're all hyping up Madison, and Madison has looked for him, and he can't get on the end of it. So it's not, it's not other people's problem.
What Madison did today is what Richy should be doing. The way Madison went through the lines of the defense to score, that's what Richie's got to be doing.
Yeah.
You know?
Yo, that was a brilliant that run from Madison. How we just flicked it on, just got the littlest touch. That was brilliant. That was brilliant. I can't lie. That was a great run.
Yeah.
I wanted to bring up some of the scores today. Got it right here. Let me
zoom.
Yeah. Let me.
It's kind of funny. It seems all our goals are going in like P-rollers. They're just not much.
Yeah.
They're just rolling in.
So these are some of the scores of the Premier League. The surprising one, I'm not going to lie, I was really, really surprised West Ham.
Yeah. West Ham, right.
Yeah. First of all, because I want Brighton to if they were going to lose or draw, you know, it would have kept us still on top. I know it's cheesy, but I was really surprised at West Ham. You know, back to back.
Yeah.
It shows some good form, because, you know, everybody's thinking, okay, they're going to finish in the bottom half because they just sold Declan Rice. And if you look at their squad, you know, they got a team. They're not, you know, like going to be bad.
You know what it is, Mari? You know what it is? It reminds me of what Milan did with Tonali. They sold him, got a lot of money, but then built the squad. The squad needed improvements. And that's what West Ham have done, and that's what AC Milan have done as well. They've sold one of the key cornerstones of their midfield, their core, right?
Yes.
But they sold them for good money, both of them clubs, and both fantastic players. And they sold them, but they upgraded their squad. So it just reminds me a lot of what Tonali with AC Milan.
Do we think that?
So Arsenal, I like that result there with Arsenal at home. What did they draw? Oh, wow.
We want to go to that game next. Let's go to Arsenal.
Wait, can I just say something about Brighton, or ask a question? Brighton. Do we think that Brighton, despite the strong start and everything, do we think that Brighton's going to run out of steam, especially since they have Europe, this season? Do we think that they're actually going to struggle, like
a little bit
at some point?
I have them finishing 9th, but I think they might win something. To be fair, like a Carabao Cup or Europa League.
Yeah,
Cup.
I agree.
Maybe the league positioning might not be as great, but I don't know.
I wouldn't be shocked if they won a League Cup or.
Yeah, me too. Me either.
Yeah. They're a good team.
Yeah, they just weren't at it today. West Ham just Moyes executed his plan very, very well.
Yeah,
that'll happen sometimes.
Basically, this league is like you can't take a day off. You just can't take a day off this league, man. I mean, there's no gimmies. It really is.
Yeah. And if you make a game look like a gimme, it's because you worked your ass off for it.
Look, Man City is a team to beat, and that's it.
Yeah.
I said last year Arsenal's run. I think they coagulated very well together, and then they just went on a run. And I said this season we'll see the real Arsenal. And so far I'm kind of drawing to Fulham. I mean, Arsenal rarely lose or draw at the Emirates.
Yeah,
and Man U is not as good. I mean, Man U's fans they're flipping out a little bit because we beat them.
They were poor today. They came back, and I got to acknowledge that they fought back. That's what winners do. But they are not a good team. I'm sorry, man. They're
not. Even with the comeback, because I go to the other channels, a lot of them were just poo-pooing. They're ready to turn on Ten Hag. I still think it's a little early, but I mean, there are those who are ruthless. I mean, I'm listening to Rants and Bants, Saeed, or something. They are ready to throw him out of the club.
Because they spent, they spent and they backed him and they got the players that he wanted.
Not all of them, though, to be fair.
I was gonna say, I was like, although they couldn't, get
Kim Min-jae.
Dion was like, he was kind of like watching them call him and just like, was like, nope, hang up.
Yeah, and same thing with Kim Min-jae. They wanted Kim Min-jae. He went to Bayern, thank God. They wanted Harry Kane apparently too. They wanted Osimhen. They wanted De Jong. They want Amrabat. They want Ten Hag. So as much as we say he's getting who he wants, he's also not getting a lot of who he wants. And they're run like shit. That club. That's the worst run club. Fucking bro. That's.
But is it that they're not getting? So I was gonna say, is it that they're not getting what they want because they're not willing to spend the money, or people don't, certain players they're not believing in the project or something, or
they have the same problem as you.
For that?
They have the same problem as Spurs. Deadwood. Maguire refusing to leave. McTominay refusing to leave. Dean Henderson. All these bums, bro. And then you've got Luke Shaw. I don't really rate Luke Shaw. No, he still starts for them.
I
can't believe they bought him out. Or no, they. I'm like, it's just so. This is the stupidest buy.
I want to ask you a question. Do you guys rate Fernandez?
Not really.
I think he's
effective. He's effective.
Yeah, he's okay.
He's all right.
But I don't think he's going to take it to the promised land.
I know that they won't. I know that they won't.
I don't think he's the proper captain for them. I was surprised when they named him captain, but I don't think he's the proper captain. He's too much a hothead,
intimidating.
He's not intimidating. He just looks like a fucking idiot.
Look at his stats against the top 6. Not impressive at all.
They're awful.
Yeah,
awful, isn't it? Yeah.
Let's talk about our neighbors, because I want to get to that game. Arsenal, I have also watched their channels, but and which confirm Arsenal has not started off well. Yes, they got the points, and good teams when they don't play good, they get the points, but that's usually a game or two. It's been 3 games.
Yeah.
And has not gone on that front foot, and their fans are up in arms with Mr. Experimental, Mr. Arteta. Started Partey at right back. They're going crazy. What's supposedly the second best midfield with Partey, Rice, and Odegaard, because they're trying to force Kai Havertz in.
Yeah.
With Partey out to right back is not working, and it was
Trossard is better than Declan Rice in my opinion.
And so now Arsenal did not look good against a 10-man. I know it's 10 men for the last 8 minutes, but it was just not good.
Well, 10 men for the last 8 minutes, but Paulinho, like he scored after.
He scored 3 or 4 minutes after.
After they went down to 10 men. So I mean, after Fulham went down to 10 men, Arsenal should have killed the game. Instead, they conceded.
Yeah.
And they conceded on a very, very sloppy marking. You can't be doing that, bro. I just don't. Arteta is trying to reinvent the wheel. He's trying so hard to, bro.
To be like Pep. Is he really trying to be like Pep and always? Pep likes to experiment and usually gets it right. But in this case, Arsenal is not. They're not Manchester City.
No, Thomas Partey is right back. Thomas Partey is right back.
Yeah, they've been doing it. They haven't played Gabriel. They haven't been playing Gabriel, which is just like
that's really strange.
Yeah, it's really, really strange. And so, I just don't get why. I mean, I'm happy that they're experimenting. It just doesn't make sense to put Partey at right back.
Yeah,
they've made some decisions that are suspect. I mean, the fact that they bought Kai Havertz says it all.
Yeah.
How horrible is he? How fucking awful is he?
Oh my gosh. Mason Mount and Kai Havertz are some of the 2 most overrated players in the Prem. I will say both of them, 2 are 2 of the most overrated players in the Prem. And it's hilarious that they went to Man United and Arsenal.
Oh, yeah. No, and you know what? Both of those players are going to get both of those managers sacked. Yeah. Because they're going to try to force them in the damn team.
Chelsea hoodwinked those teams because, man, Pochettino must be laughing like,
Bro, it's crazy. Imagine, bro, that's like selling. Imagine if y'all sold, I don't know, Liverpool, Eric Dyer, and you got 40 mil for it. That would feel amazing.
Yeah.
That would feel fucking amazing.
That'd be a dream.
But yeah.
Well, also, even if you look at, I have to say, you know how much they spent on Rice, which I think that they spent way too much money on Rice. Personally, I think they spent too much money on him. I think he is also a little overrated. That being said, I do think he's a good player. But they spent obscene money. They spent obscene money on
they ain't gonna win shit.
And then he has not been playing, like really impacting them, And we spent way less on Maddison, and he's gone right into the team and really impacted us.
To be fair, though, it's easier to stand out as an attacking midfielder to the naked eye than a Rice. because Rice isn't going to get you goals and assists, and that's obviously where you can easily tell if someone's contributing or not. So I get what you mean, though. I get what you mean. I think Declan Rice has been all right for them so far. I think he's been all right. But he's not. But here's the thing: if for me, complaining about his performance, or not complaining, obviously you wouldn't complain, but you're kind of critiquing. What I would say though is that that's not their biggest problem. He, on their list of priorities, he's not even in the conversation of, oh, he needs to be benched or he needs to.
No, I didn't say that. That's
no, I know.
I'm saying based off of how much they spent on him.
Yeah.
You know, with this being everybody calling it like maybe the signing of the summer, like is
Hell
the signing
no,
of this,
was.
you know what I mean? Like
Definitely.
everybody was like, oh, is this the signing of the summer? You know, like and he's like gone, you know, the highest for an English player, you know, all this stuff. And it's like, wait a minute, like it's not like he's making like he's not making Arsenal like you know, taking, you know, Arsenal from, you know, second to first, like, you know what I mean? He's not like making like the hugest impact that everybody expected him to, given that big price tag. And my point in comparing Maddison is that given the price tag on Maddison is making a bigger impact for the price tag than Declan Rice is for Arsenal.
Yeah, defo. And the other thing is too is that fucking Arteta is fucking around with this formation and stuff. If he played the same way they played last year with Ben White at right back and all that other shit, Declan Rice would be a lot better. He would have that impact, not to the second to first, but he would look really good. He don't look good. He don't look that good in this formation because it's just a shit show. It's so bad.
How much did Arsenal pay for him? Was it 105?
Something like that.
Yeah, 5.
Wow.
Yeah.
Incredible.
And so they're like I said, they're struggling to, you know, they play United next week, so it's going to be 2 teams that are struggling to find their form. And you know his name that, you know, with City, you know, you always there's only one season that City did not win the Premier League. And that season was because Liverpool started from game 1 on top of the league, and they coasted. That was the COVID year.
Yeah.
They coasted. All the other years, you know, people have hiccup here and there, and then, you know, City does what City does. And so Arsenal fans are a bit nervous how they're playing right now, because it's just like, you know, you just can't, especially at home, especially to Fulham. I mean, Arsenal is better than Fulham. So so for them today, they felt like a loss. If you go to AFTV, they felt like today was a loss. Like they should not have dropped points today. And so
hey, we got another guest here. I just like to say welcome.
Spurs was in the house.
What's up, Dallas Spurs? What's up?
What's up, man? Good performance today from Spurs. Big up everybody in the chat, everybody in the panel. Big up Maury for the show.
You got some static.
Yeah,
it sounds like
do. I'm gonna unplug my mug.
The old static. Sounds good now.
Yeah, I don't hear the static. Say something. Say something.
Yeah, say something, Del Spurs. Oh, can't hear you now.
You now.
All right.
Now say something now.
Is that better?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
Much better.
Yeah, I just unplugged my mic. All right.
Sounding good.
Yeah. Good. I was just gonna say it was a good performance today from the team, and you know, as far as I guess individuals, I thought Kulu, of course, getting the goal, I thought that was good for him and good for his confidence, and I think he actually had a better game overall. Others, I think Son, as much as people want him to play as the striker, I think he does provide great chances playing out wide, and I would want the club to actually try to invest in a striker or put somebody else other than Richarlison, then force Son to play as striker, because even though he does have, you know, an eye for goal, I just think with the amount of chances he provides the team, we just have to put somebody that can put in those chances instead of forcing him to not provide and then to try to be a striker. Others, I think Van de Ven showed his bits today. Romero, of course, I think he showed his bits as well. Cario getting another clean sheet. I mean, all in all, it was a good game. It was a good watch as well. Entertaining football. I think in the first half it was a little nervy, and then I think at the beginning of the second half as well was a little nervy. But I think we held it down, and another 3 points we can add on. We're at the top of the league, so everything's good. Everything's good.
Isn't West Ham top of the league? I think West
Well,
Ham.
top of the league. We were top of the league for a couple 30 minutes here, 30 minutes there, but Ham is on top. But before we go back to Spurs, since Steve is here, I see City beating Sheffield United, Aston Villa. My dark horse team returned last weekend, and I think they should be able to handle Burnley. But this game of the weekend is Newcastle at home, and Newcastle at home, it is a different beast against Liverpool. That's the game of the weekend. What are your thoughts? We'll start with Steve.
Bro, we have to win. We have to fucking win. Listen, they're going to have Joe Gomez, who has been atrocious. He was atrocious last year. Same thing with Matip. Bro, they are not good backups at all. Liverpool needed to buy a backup center back. I don't think they will. Bro, we need to win that game. We need to win that game 100%. Getting 2 wins out of the first 3, I think we have to be relentless from minute 1, and we have to score first. Because Liverpool can't score goals. So
Newcastle looked really good in the second half against Man City. That was a really good game.
Yeah, we look better. We look definitely. Harvey Barnes. I would start Harvey Barnes tomorrow, probably.
I've been enjoying watching you guys play, actually.
Yeah.
So,
you guys have a real nice balance.
Obviously, everybody knows I'm a diehard Spurs fan. Yeah. You know, and then also, well, Wrexham as well. Go Wrexham! Come on, you Red Dragons! But I was gonna say that I actually have been looking forward, to Newcastle playing when when the games come. I've been looking forward to Newcastle playing actually.
Yeah.
Like as a neutral, you know what I mean? Like, as a neutral, just like watching you guys play is you guys, and then also Brighton. I think.
Yeah.
Brighton play. Yeah, you and Brighton, and then obviously City, because City is City, and they always play entertaining football, right? So I would say like those 3 teams, maybe Brentford, like kind of in the mix of like every time, new weekend comes around, I'm always like, okay, maybe if I'm gonna watch some other teams play, I'll be picking out those ones.
So I'll always have a soft spot for Newcastle when they beat Arsenal 2 seasons ago.
Oh my God! That Monday night game, that was probably we bulldozed them minute 1 to 90, bro. They literally had no chance in that game. Absolutely no chance.
Steve, I have a question though. I mean, I know Newcastle. I like watching them as well. By the way, I think they have a really nice balance, especially like in the midfield. And I think Tonali is. I think that was such a great buy for Newcastle. I'm surprised that kind of went under the radar a little bit, but he's a great player. But in terms of Europe, what do you think how do you think Newcastle is going to compete? Because, like I said, they have a good balance, but it's never. I don't want to be mean, but you don't see like the superstars, so to speak, on the team, and you don't really necessarily see, like a standout player as far as like goal scoring or
Isak would be him probably. Isak would definitely. But you're right. Wilson and Isak can both score. You're right.
Yeah. So how do you think you'll fare in Europe this season?
I think we'll probably get I think we'll probably exit like round of 16. Just inexperience.
Really?
I think that's
really.
Yeah.
You guys, tier 3 or tier 4? Because they might be a group of death.
We're in pot 4. We're in pot 4.
Yeah, pot 4.
Yeah.
Oh, by the way, I'm buzzing so hard for maybe like Bayern taking out Arsenal in Europe.
They will 100%.
Agent Kane incoming. I was like, oh, I can't wait for Kane to just knock those goons out of Europe.
Serge Gnabry too, bro. Serge
That would
Gnabry.
be so justice. That would be. Yeah, that would actually, that's interesting because Serge did that celebration because Serge came out of the Arsenal academy and he did that celebration. So him and Kane, the conversations they may have on being on the same squad. That would be interesting.
Are any of you Spurs fans following Bayern Munich because of Kane?
I've seen one of the games. I've seen
Dietrich's on MR.
He's uprooted his life and went
They're
to Germany.
officially Bayern fans now. I don't even know if they even watch the games anymore.
I'm a Bayern fan, so yeah, I keep up with them.
I just watched the first game where Kane scored
Against Werder Bremen.
And he assisted as well.
The assist to Sane was fucking all my days.
Yeah.
Very, very good through ball. Very good. He's fine, bro. I'm saying he could win a Ballon d'Or. He could win a Ballon d'Or.
But meanwhile, rumor has it that Barca's trying to sell Lewandowski.
Really?
So,
I would jump on Lewandowski.
I was about to say,
I would jump on Lewandowski.
I'm thinking about it now.
I mean, a lot of teams, United would take Lewandowski. I mean,
for sure.
I mean,
my God, Messi goal! Oh my God, stop it, bro!
Messi did it again.
always.
Assisted with that kid Krimaski. Oh my days.
Messi
So I know we're getting a little bit away from the Prem, but since some of us are Americans up in here, just wanted to point out that Bournemouth might have been a different match if Adams was in that midfield. Just saying, it was to our benefit that he is still injured. But also, this is directed at Steve, who was doubting Pulisic. Second game running, he scored for AC Milan. He also was scoring in preseason as well. So I'm telling you that he's going to be good for AC Milan, and you're doubting it. But I'm telling you, because he knows that that's his last go at it. He knows that if he doesn't make it at Milan, he's screwed. He knows. He knows it. So.
Hey, I'm happy for him. I'm happy to be wrong. But yeah, he played very well against Torino today. I thought them overall as a team. I mean, the goal they conceded was pretty sloppy, but I thought they bullied Torino off. Reinders is such a good player, bro. He is such a good player for Milan. He could be linked with someone next summer. He's fantastic. Thought Yunus Musa as well was good.
Iggy's all about I asked him, I said, Iggy, how are you feeling about all the Americans coming into AC Milan? He said he was buzzing. So no, it's Milan are looking good. Like I said, it looks like they've reinvested the Tonali money very well. Olivier Giroud as well, class,
What a class play, honestly.
I know he's older now, but I mean, he's
guy
still,
just does it year in, year out.
But we should hate him because I mean, I mean, Chelsea and Arsenal. So.
Yeah,
Well, to be fair, now he's at Milan, so you don't have to. But yeah, I get what you mean. But,
Yeah, no.
good. They're looking good, and Pulisic is looking good. He just looks so much more confident, and that's the
He
thing.
just needed some faith. He just needed somebody to have faith in him.
And he needed to get consistent game time, and it looks like he's starting over Chukwueze, who's a very talented player. My word, Chukwueze he's good.
Yeah, I just love to put the "told you so's" on.
Yeah, no, hey, fair enough. I don't get everything right, and they got Roma next, so I'm hoping they put them in a fucking spliff. So, yeah, and they will. To be fair,
Roma was losing.
Roma lost to Hellas Verona. They lost to Hellas Verona, who are a relegation side, and they drew with Salernitana on match day 1, and they.
Yeah,
I don't know, bro. It's not even a Mourinho thing. I just don't rate that team as a league team. In the cup, it's like it's like West Ham. I think they'll do way better in the cup.
they're trying to get Lukaku.
No, apparently Lukaku. I saw something earlier where he said he's on his way to Rome to sign. He's on his way to Roma.
Wow.
He's talking before the deal is even done. How
That's the problem he had with the Juve thing. He was talking about Juve before the deal
They
was
booed
done.
him.
Yeah.
They booed him at the airport.
Yeah, they didn't want him.
Someone needs to tell him to just shut up for once in a while.
I know somebody needs to put their arm around him and be like,
bro, he literally just needs to just chill. I don't know. He likes playing the villain now, I guess. I don't know.
He's ruining his reputation. He really,
reputation's completely
he went
done.
from 0 to 0 like that.
Yeah. But yeah, I just Roma this year, they might do well in Europe again, but in the league they're gonna get 5th or 6th. I don't see any consistency out of that.
We were rumored to Lukaku, and I was like, hell.
Y'all don't play with 2 up top. That's the only reason why the Lukaku to Roma thing might work. They could play on the counter. They could have a Spinazzola who gives him a good through ball, and then he could hold it up, play in Tammy Abraham or something. But I don't see much in that Roma side.
Dybala's over there in Roma too, right?
Yeah, but Dybala, I believe he got injured.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. It's sad because Dybala was fucking mint. He was mint 2017, 18. And then 2019, he took a bit of a hit, but Dybala got hurt. Dybala got.
Remember?
Yeah, there was a rumor about. I remember that. Yeah.
Yeah. No, it more than a rumor. He was
agreed a deal or personal terms or something.
It was to do with what was it again? His image rights. We had it all wrapped up, and then right at the last day, this image rights, and we were going to get Fernandes too, Bruno Fernandes, and that.
Luis Diaz too, right?
I was about to say we could have got Luis Diaz too.
Yeah.
Can you imagine all those players here at Tottenham now? If we had Ange, how we would be cooking.
Yeah.
we could have gotten Mane at some point, right?
Sadio Mane.
And we're talking about players that signed, that actually signed contracts.
Yeah, Will may not be here, but I can find his music.
Dietrich Kane.
It is. It's Trader.
Dietrich.
It's just shameless himself. It is. Mr. Dietrich. Hey.
One day I'm called a traitor, the other day I'm called a fake fan, the other day I'm called, I don't know, I have every name.
What's the weather there in Munich, buddy?
Oh, it's better than London. There's no rain, there's just sun and a bit of fun.
Dietrich, did you see the game today? Spurs Bournemouth.
Yeah.
By the way, Spurs game. Spurs played today, Dietrich.
Yeah. Don't worry. I think when is Kane playing? I think it's maybe tomorrow. Yeah.
Yeah,
tomorrow.
we got Augsburg, bro. We got Augsburg.
Yeah, I'll be watching. That's for sure.
At the same time as the Newcastle game, so I'll watch both.
Yeah, I'll do a double screen.
Yeah.
What did you think about today's game?
Bro, I think we played well, but Richarlison is a bum.
He's so fucking,
He's
so
a
fucking
bum.
bad.
I don't like criticizing players, but him.
What the fuck? That's all you
Such a
do.
bullshit.
That's all
No.
you do.
That's
That's
all
all
you
you
do.
do.
Such
wait,
bullshit. You
wait.
love
I
criticizing
disagree
players.
with you.
Wait.
I don't even
I
disagree
wish.
sometimes.
No, I wish we were like City. I will never criticize my players. Man, when I see a player that steps on the ball and falls over like Richarlison, he's a bum.
That was
Like,
pretty
there's
bad.
nothing I can do. There's
That was
literally
pretty bad.
He
nothing
does
I
it
can do.
every game too. It's not like
But
a
that's true.
one-off. It's
You
literally
see, when you look at the Star 11, ever since this season, I haven't criticized except him and Kulizeski. That's it.
Yeah.
The
Yeah.
only two. And they haven't been good. Which
Yeah.
is, I'm being fair.
At least Kulusevski stepped up today. He got a
No,
goal.
he
Yeah, at
wasn't
least
good,
he
I'm
has a goal and an assist. But yeah, his overall play hasn't been great.
Yeah,
No, he
was
hasn't been good.
terrible. He was terrible until that goal happened.
Yeah.
Bro, he was bad, man. He was bad. But
Yeah.
I just don't know what he's good at. That's my problem with him.
It's too
Richarlison, I know he's
predictable,
chill.
bro. It's too predictable for me.
No, but when you look at Son, you know what he wants to do. Cut inside
Yeah.
or cross or shoot. But he's good at it. When you look at Kulu, you don't even know. You know what he's going to do, and he's not good at it. Cut in with my left foot, I won't cross the ball.
Yeah.
But Van
Sounds
de
like a
Ven...
movie.
But Van
Cutting
de
with my
Ven...
left foot.
Yeah. But Van
Son
de
has a
Ven...
bit of pace to him too. Kulusevski
Yeah.
ain't really that quick.
Yeah.
Yeah,
But
it
Van
feels
de
like he
Ven-
lost a bit of pace. I don't know why. It
That
felt when he
injury,
first
bro.
came-
That injury.
Bro, there's no excuse, man. It's been 1 year and a half. He hasn't been good, bro.
Right.
Year and a
No,
half.
that's not an excuse. I don't really rate him either.
I can see
He's
Solomon.
all right. He's all right. I think
If
he's
he
like
was
a Fulham
If he was
quality
18,
player.
if he was 18 and that's his second season, I'll be fair with him. But he's been
He's like
playing
24.
professionally. He's been playing professional since what, 2020? There's no excuse.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
But Van de Ven, as much as I cussed him when we bought him, what a player.
I told
What a
you.
player.
I fucking
What
told you,
a-
Dietrich.
No, because I want to
Wait,
talk
didn't
about
you guys actually get in an argument about Van de Ven
Yeah,
on
we did.
stream?
No,
Yeah,
but
we
no, we didn't.
We did.
All I said, and me and Dietrich actually agreed. At Wolfsburg, for me, the standout was Lacroix.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah.
We
Yeah.
agreed on that, but I said
Yeah.
I still was like,
Lacroix.
Van de Ven will be a good signing. for me.
Years. We were linked to look a couple of years, but you know what? I think a lot of people, like I said, I wasn't yay, but I wasn't nay, because I was like, okay, bring him in along with Tapsoba, who's a bit more polished.
Who was very good today for Leverkusen again.
He was amazing.
Leverkusen were very
He was
good.
amazing.
Yeah, and so I think that's the reason why people were, and then also too, we did see some of the mistakes that Van de Ven has done, but in this small sample size, he has been steady Eddie. He has been good, and which is impressive for the first time playing in the Premier League as a center back at 19.
Yeah.
But
And
he's
he
been-
came, and he didn't get a preseason. He didn't get a preseason.
True,
He
he
just
just,
went right in.
he just walked right in. Yeah.
no,
yeah.
but what scared me? What scared me with him? He was what? He's 22 and playing next to Romero that needs a cool head next to him. But when you look, Romero stepped up as a leader, and Van de Ven, like, it looks like it's a yin and yang defense.
Yeah.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
100%, bro.
yeah, it's like a young Batagan. Someone said it's like a young Batagan, and with Toby, and like that works well. I think another thing too, given the responsibility as vice captain to Romero, and even his interview the other day, it seems like over the offseason because he apologized. Okay, all right, I got to. All right, Conte's not here. I need to grow up. I need to help this team. And so that's a better version of Romero, the one that you saw him at Atalanta, the one you saw him at Copa America. I can tell people, the World Cup, Romero was good. The Copa America is what put him on the map. Those 3 games, yes, any Brazilian you talk to, they'll tell you, oh, Romero's the main reason why Argentina won the Copa America, because he had Brazil on lock and key.
But
so,
Maury, would you say he's playing like Copa America Romero after the 3 games?
He's getting there. I wouldn't say he's fully there, but he's getting there. He's getting there. That was his best game.
Yeah. I think that calling that duo a Toby, Jan level. I'm not there yet. I'm not ready. A little bit disrespectful.
Let's have at least a year.
To our beautiful, Belgium.
Let's have at
guards.
least a year. Let's have at least. Right.
No, but two guys have played 3 games together. That's pretty phenomenal what they're doing.
Yeah, exactly.
Look at Varane, Alessandro. They're still struggling. These guys had 3 games and they're playing like they've played for 5 years.
I think that they are playing well together. I want to see how things progress. I think it's really early. I think that they all benefit from the fact that they also have Doji on one side, Porro on the other.
Porro stepped it up.
So I think that they're all benefiting from each other. Do you know what I mean? Think about it. If you had Cess, I know it was a different system back then, but it was a 3 in the back and whatever. But if you were there and you had to play with Dyer or Cess or you know what I mean, like that would be different. Okay.
Yeah, completely different tools to be working with.
I mean, everybody, you can't play defense. You can't play defense. He must have been watching the streams because these last 2 games, especially today, showed beating his chest. He was playing defense.
Okay, I'm going to go on a little bit of a rant about Porro. I back my boy Porro. He is a good footballer. When people were saying that he can't play defense, I would be like, no, that's not true. Maybe there would be a chance that his defensive game is not as good as his attacking game. That being said, he's a good footballer and he beats Emerson. I don't care what anybody says. Emerson is not good enough. He is not good enough. The difference is this: Emerson can have a good game.
Man City. Are you saying you want Porro when we play Man City?
Yeah, 100%.
Yes, because I'll tell you this: Emerson. No. Emerson had a purple patch for about a month last season. And then people outside of that purple patch were calling for his head as being the player that they wanted out the door. Yes, that was a different system. Okay. But I have not forgotten that. And I'm no waffler. Okay. I'm not going to go back and forth about it. The thing about Emerson is this. Is he better as a fullback than a wingback? Yes. Is his defensive game stronger than his attacking game? Yes. That being said, he's not good enough because as an all-around footballer, he does not have the quality. Porro has more quality as an all-around footballer. Therefore, if you are a better footballer overall and have more quality, you have more potential to play better.
Yeah, can I just add something quick?
You can't play Porro against the likes of Man City.
Can I just add something? What is your name? I'm so sorry. I can't see your name. Sorry.
Frank.
Frank. Yeah, Frank. When you look at the first game we played against Brentford, every attack from Brentford went on Emerson's side. And Emerson is not a good defender. That's just a myth. Ever since Porro has stepped in against Man U and today, he shut down every winger. And even the stats prove it. Against City, I want to see Porro.
He had a good game, but he didn't. Last week against Man U, he didn't have a great game defensively.
No, he had a fantastic game. I'm sorry.
Last week.
Yeah, he had a good game.
Last week.
I thought he was good last week.
The only issue with him right now, it's going forward. He loves crossing the ball and there's no one inside the box. That's why he's struggling a bit. But defensively, he went to another level.
I know you guys just came in. Steve was here, and I was given the case. I was given the case for Valise. Oh, I'm sorry, Dietrich. I have an opinion about the play that you sent me, and I'll give it to you in the back. I'll give you that. But Valise, what I was saying is Richarlison is so bad, right? This game against Fulham, and of course we want to take the cup seriously. I was saying Valise has, yes, it's the Argentina league, but he has played against the Boca. He has played against the River Plate. He's played in some tough atmosphere. For a 19-year-old kid to score 19 goals, very good in the air, but he has a good knack in the box. He knows to be at the right place at the right time. If you look at his 19 goals, this guy knows how to move in the box. And if we have him in the box, right, with Madison whipping it in, Sonny, Perisic, and whatsoever, I feel that he could be more effective than a psychologically shot Richarlison. And he should be able to at least let him play in the cup game and see what he does. And if he does okay, maybe, just maybe, he could get some minutes in the Burnley game. What do you guys think about that in regards to Velez? And Velez does have his permit. He got the same day as BDD. So he is good permit-wise to play. What do you guys think?
Against Fulham, for me, has to play. Like, gets at least 40 minutes or 30 minutes under his belt.
Thank you. I agree.
I think the issue is like you said, Mari, I think Richarlison, confidence-wise, is a little bit shot. So for Postecoglou, it's almost like you almost have to play them because really, and I don't know, obviously, the psyche of a professional football player, but it's almost like you have to play through these types of mental blocks because obviously him sitting on the bench, we saw it last year with Conte. He was getting frustrated, throwing his hands up. And then obviously when he got his chance, he scored at Liverpool, which, I mean, was it his goal really? Whatever is up for debate. But it's almost like you kind of have to give him that opportunity to play through this because, I mean, he's only played 3 games. So you give him three games, he's not good enough, and then you just put him on the bench. And then when do you think he'll get another opportunity? If Valise just kicks on like that,
I agree with you.
He would see another game. So
because
I think you have to at least give him. I'll at least give him another game. Let him.
Because if you look at Richarlison, sorry, go ahead, Maury. Sorry.
No, just say that he's had 3 chances. It's just like how many chances are you gonna get? And it was really disturbing that he showed his frustration by tripping that player after he got tackled by Patrick Swayze. Because I refuse to say that he tackled himself. He got tackled by Patrick Swayze.
That's good.
So I'll give him that credit. He did tackle himself. You know, it just, for me, when that happened and he got the yellow card, I was like, no, get him off. I'm like, done. Get him off. And for me, I'm just saying now, the Fulham game is important that either Valise and Scarlett's going to have to get some minutes to prove, okay, can I use these guys as an option, going forward? Yes, it's good to put Sonny in the up in the middle, but the thing is, we are thin. We are thin because once you put Sonny in the middle right now, right, and now Richarlison, is coming off the bench. It's him and Solomon, really. Mm-hmm. It's him, Solomon, and
no, I agree.
I still don't really trust Solomon, to be quite honest. I know he's shown a little bit of flair, but I don't really trust him all too much at this point.
The thing with Richy, like, he's not doing anything like amazing. He's just pressing, and if you put Villies, like, I'm just basing off Brazil scouts, he can press. He can do it better than Richarlison. So just put him on the field. There's nothing to lose. He might not score, but at least he's gonna give 100% and not lose his head like a 26-year-old baby.
Right. I hope we play our best team in the domestics. You know, I mean, I agree that if your idea bringing in taking off Richy for but that's the only player that I would mess around with at that. No one else.
Richy really. he needs to score goals and he needs to score. But at the same time, if we felt like things were very fluid and it wasn't very obvious that he was the weak link there, then I would still be like, okay, it's not that big of a glaring problem right now. But once, like, you know, like, for example, like Sonny, he hasn't scored or even assisted. But, you know, once you put him in the center after Richy went off, then the front looked more fluid. It actually looked more fluid. So I think that, like, Richy is a weak link in the sense that not only is he not scoring, but it feels like everybody is afraid to pass to him. And when they pass to him, it's like he loses the ball and he just sort of like sticks out in like being like not being fluid with the rest of the team now. That's like a problem.
The funniest when we had a counter attack and he had the option on the left, on the right, and he fucked up the pass. And everyone lost it. Do you remember that action? Well, that was the funniest.
I think a positive of how we're playing is that he's gonna be pushed. He's gonna be pushed to perform and to put goals in the back of the net, because I think, like Cube said, everyone has been, you know, contributing, putting in their you know, kind of end of everything. So if Richarlison doesn't, you know, kick on, I think it's like Cube said, it's gonna be him. You know, we can't say. I think last season, because we had some lows as a team all together, that, you know, it's like, oh, well, we can't necessarily blame Richarlison for this. You can't blame him for that. We're playing poorly. Oh, Conte's not managing. We got a backup manager. But now with Postecoglou, I think Postecoglou is going to push Richarlison. I think the way we play is going to push him. And if he sink or swim, if he sinks, then it will be right there. There's nothing that he can say, no Twitter comments he can try to make. Oh, if they just did this, if I played more. No. You had your opportunity and we saw
the only thing that annoys me with Richy, under Conte, we put him on the right. Everyone gave him an excuse. Now on the left. And then we put him on the left. And now striker. He's 26 years old and he's struggling and sort of confidence. How does that make sense? He had 3 chances. I think it's time for him to go. Be like Dyer, like.
He's feeling the pressure of that 60 million. He must. He knows.
But he's 26 years old. You're a professional.
Yeah, but his mentality is he doesn't have patience. You know, he's just like, each game that goes by is going to get, if he doesn't score, it's going to get worse and worse for him.
No, you cannot score. That's one thing. That you might be unlucky, like when Kane has his curse on August. But he can't control and he can't pass. He can't even do the basics right. So how is that short of confidence?
Contact with someone, he ends up rolling on the ground.
Exactly. And even, do you remember like some actions against Man U when Poro hit the post and then I think it was Kulu that hit like another post, and you just see him falling on the ground instead of staying up and be like a normal striker, be on the right position and just tap in.
Be a normal striker.
Yeah, just be normal.
Are you saying Richy is an abnormal striker?
No, but I never seen a guy that just jumps out of nowhere for anything. Stay on the ground and shoot.
Abnormal striker. He's weird.
He's a weird man. I swear he's a weird man.
We're 2-0. We're 2-0 up at Man U, and he gets taken off, and he's throwing shit on the ground, and you know what I mean. And he's swearing and everyone. He looked like we're losing 2-0. You know, and it's just like, dude, it's a freaking team sport. You know, like it's just, you know.
Yeah. No,
basically, I think we're all agreement. In the agreement that he's not going to last long here in Tottenham. He's just not.
I'm telling you this right now. If Ange is still here next summer, he's going to be sold. He's going to be kicked out of the squad.
I don't have a lot of confidence about him leaving. immediately.
Yeah, I don't think our ownership.
I don't think that's our strong point. We're not good at getting Deadwood out. Okay, so that is not our strength as a club. So I don't expect that he will be moving along, especially at 60 mil. He's not going to move along anytime soon.
The only thing that could work next season, our away kit is yellow. That's the only way.
Hey, you never know. I mean, he could go through a little, purple patch of being good for a couple of games, and then next thing you know everybody's gassing him up, and then it'll be completely different. I mean, people went from like being like Emerson is the biggest, most like shit player in the league, and he's the number one priority to get out the door, to, oh my gosh, he is prime Cafu. He is Emerson Cafu.
Who said that?
You remember Sissoko? Everybody wanted him out, and then when we started singing songs about him in the Champions League, I mean, but I still don't see that with Richarlison. I don't see.
I'm just saying that our fans are really reactive, and I just wouldn't put it past us to hold on. First of all, hold on to Deadwood, and then second of all, like him having some sort of purple patch, and then people being like, "Oh my God, he's so amazing." It's like.
But what like with Sissoko, at least he knew his limitation. But with Richarlison, I don't think he knows that he's that shit. Inside of his head, I really think he thinks he's that good.
He is unlucky though. How many goals did he put in last season?
He's not unlucky. He's not unlucky. I'm sorry, he's not.
I know. I'm just saying. Last season, it just felt like how many? He put a few goals in the net that were offside, and he celebrated, and like I bust my bubble, and then it was like offside. Just like it doesn't seem to catch a break.
So I mentioned this earlier. I don't know. Have you guys heard of Rebecca Capelhorn? Have you guys heard of her?
The new, person who's going to not get rid of the Deadwood. Going to pretend that she's going to and not do it. Yeah.
Yeah. She's a Daniel Levy clone, meaning that when it comes to Richy next year, the only way she's going to get rid of Richy if they get close to that 60 mil, which ain't happening.
Even if he bangs in 15 goals this season, like no one's going to pay 60 million. It's just a fact.
Yeah. No one is going to pay that.
Can I switch gears a little bit, because I feel like I've been, people always say that I'm very negative these days. So one good thing that I want to highlight is the fact that now we actually have free kicks, and we know that there's a possibility that we might score from them.
No.
The benefit of getting Madsen
nice
is
to
like,
have
I'm like, okay, that's also, I know Dietrich's is on the screen.
No, because I know where you're going.
Okay, Kane, that is the one silver lining. The one silver lining of Kane no longer being at our club. I will never have to ever watch or anticipate him taking a free kick for us ever again.
I'll tell you this right now, not because I'm hating. I'm telling you this right now. Madison is not scoring a free kick at Spurs this year. Everyone
well, you know what? Hold on.
They have a few.
But even if Madison doesn't score a free kick this year for Spurs, at least I don't have to ever watch Kane try and step up to a free kick.
Look at Poro. At Sporting, he scores free kicks. He comes here, he hits the wall.
They all look better than Kane. Come on, Kane is the worst. He's the worst. He is the absolute worst.
It was actually they came out with stats that he is the worst free kick taker.
Yeah, he is officially the worst. He is
No,
the
I never
worst in
said.
the history of the
I
Prem.
never said he is good. I'm just saying everyone that
No,
comes
no, no.
on
He's
Spurs.
not. It's not just that he's not good. It's not just that he's not good. He is the worst.
No,
The
no, I never
worst.
say-
The worst.
no, he is. He might be the worst, but
Kane
everyone that
needs
comes
to
on Spurs cannot shoot cannot cross a freaking corner or score a free kick. Two things that they're not capable. Last free kick we scored was Trippier against Everton when we won 5. I think it was 6-2, 6-3.
I'd
That's the
rather
last time.
I'd rather have Perisic, Sonny, Poro.
Sonny's not scoring a free kick. Get out of my face. Get out.
He
is
scores
not.
for Korea.
Yeah, and then he comes out Spurs and he can't even shoot.
He did better
Come
than
on.
Kane. At least he wasn't hitting the wall every time.
Yeah, but at least Kane.
I
at
would
least
rather have Poro, Perisic, Sonny, Madison, any of those guys take a go at it than see
it
Kane.
wasn't a free kick.
So thankfully, I never have to see Kane ever again try to score a free kick.
Technically, it wasn't a free kick, but he scored a banger against Brentford, and it was a roll up. So that's all I'm saying. That's all I care.
Speaking of free kick specialists, have you guys seen Ward-Prowse at West Ham?
Yeah, he's making.
As soon as he got in, just like his first touch was a corner, and they scored, and it's like, wow,
I thought we'd get him.
that easy.
I thought we'd get him. But
Well,
I
I
was
mean-
saying that was a good bit of business for West Ham that kind of went under the radar because he really is great in the midfield, great provider, and he can score free kicks as well as
he takes free kicks like he pretends there's no wall there. You know, it's like
Yeah.
James Ward-Prowse is a free kick merchant.
Yeah, he's automatic.
The other aspects of his game are not as good. Okay, I think he is overhyped. He's not bad, but he's overhyped. What I will say though is that he has made a more of an impact for West Ham than Declan Rice has for Arsenal. Again, especially for that price tag.
Yeah. The more they play Declan Rice, the more happy because I think Thomas Partey is better than Declan Rice. I mean, I think it's an absolute insult to play Thomas Partey at right back.
The right back, it's killing them, and they're forcing Havertz in. It's not working. It's not working for him.
Love it.
I'm happy that it's not working for him.
Gunner, and those lot.
They called it out as soon as it happened. They said he's not going to work. They called it as soon as there was interest for Kai Havertz. They said, "Do not bring this man here." And Arsenal failed.
And like I said earlier, I mean Chelsea hoodwink United with Mason Mount, Arsenal with Kai Havertz because those two guys. It's highway robbery.
It really is.
Honestly, if you guys had to rank the worst transfer, Kai Havertz, Richarlison, or Mount, 1, 2, 3. Like 1 is the worst, 3 is the less bad.
It's still
it's up there. It's up there. I mean, Richarlison, Havertz, Mason Mount. Yeah. No, it's up there.
So let's think about the top 6 right now of the league up to January, right? Do you think so far Man U's not looking that great, right? I don't think Arsenal's going to be up to it like they were last year. I mean, so far they're not. Their first 3 games ain't that good, right?
You don't think they're getting top 6?
No, I'm talking about from now to January.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm just saying Arsenal's first 3 games, they've got easy teams pretty much, no disrespect, but they haven't looked good. Man U hasn't looked great. They're not and then you got Chelsea, which we don't know what like Chelsea they've lost 1, drawn 1. And then
he did not play good against Luton. I don't care. The score line does not. It was not indicative of the game itself. They given how much they spent and given their history and everything, they should have smacked
Luton by their
way
fans and everything.
Yeah.
They're not very confident. They're not very confident on their Chelsea.
Luton definitely gave them a run for their money, especially in the first half.
Newcastle, I think, is going to be top 3 in the January. They're going to be around there. And you got Man City at 1. So I think we just steady keep quietly just doing that Angie ball. I think by January we'll be definitely in that top 5. We're humming. I think we'll
if we had a bench, I would say we can like challenge for the league this year. If we had a bench.
If we had a what?
If we had a bench like replacements for Bissouma and Sarr, because they're going to the AFCON.
Like bench options.
Yeah.
Right. Challenge for the league or challenge for top 4?
Challenge for the league this year.
Wow.
No. You might call me. No. You might call me.
I'd be laughing because if we had a top striker and we had Tapsoba,
Dietrich is
striker, we could challenge a little bit.
Dietrich, so you usually
Dietrich has had too much of that beer in Munich.
No, because I
think German beer is stronger.
Shit, and we're like, for you to say that's like, it's almost like them saying.
I usually don't say that, but I'm just looking at the teams right now. Arsenal not looking good. West Ham.
They also have players missing.
Liverpool Konate just got injured.
But
Manu's
some,
not good.
First of all, the window is not closed yet. First of all, second of all, some teams have a slower start. We know this already. Even Man City, some years they have a slow start. Yeah, I mean, it depends. So I think that it's too early to tell and say that we're better than all these other teams.
But now, what I will say, Dietrich, is that you're right in a sense that if our ownership was serious, they would see that there's so much parity from what was being predicted off of last season and in the summer that they would come in before this end of this window, or at least say going into the summer window, we know what we need to do. But
I mean, how many players?
I shouldn't say summer, but January.
I think we're 3 players short of having a challenge.
I think we're 5.
Exactly.
I think we're 5 players short.
No,
2 midfielders, 1 center back, 1 striker, and 1 fullback.
Now, let me answer this. Now, I kind of agree with you. I think I must still say 3, but it depends. If we need a midfielder, right? Because I just went over with Steve that we have 7 midfielders, right? That's including Skip and Højbjerg and Bentancur coming back. Are you saying the midfielder has to be a CDM? Because I think that's the only midfielder. CDM. Now, if we could get a solid CDM to come in, another forward, a quality forward. I don't care if it's Skip Orban, David, a solid forward, and 1 more center back, then I think we can talk about top 4 and maybe in the league.
5 now, right? It's a top 5 to get Champions League, right?
Yeah, because we got the coefficient. We could be top 5. That's not every Premier League team. You have to have the coefficient, European coefficient. We still have a good high enough coefficient that we can make Champions League finishing 5th. So,
and I'm saying this because we have 1 game a week, League Cup and FA Cup. And this is, I know it sounds crazy, but if Ange can do this with these players, and if he had a good squad, we can actually challenge for the league this year.
I think we can agree that we're all happy with our midfield, right? And Odoji, and I think we can say Porro's probably gonna staple that position as right back. So I think we agree our midfield's good.
Oh yeah.
And our centre backs is good, except we'll be living on the edge. If any of them get injured,
we're screwed.
It's good. Good night, sir.
And they will.
And we need.
They
And
will.
we
Let's
need-
be honest. Romero has been injured every season since he's come in.
Yeah.
And we need a left back. We need a-
I don't know what Van de Ven's injury record is. I can't imagine that he'll get injured as much because he's so young. You know.
No, I don't think he gets injured. It's more.
He's got speed. He's got some speed. You see that burst he took back today, like to cover. Whew. I mean, that's what we need. It's like in Angie's system is because Romero is not that, you know, he doesn't have the same pace as Van de Ven, you know. But thank God we have him, Van de Ven.
I feel like even though I do think that we played well the last few games and stuff, I feel like I'm still very not sure about how this is going to play out because we haven't played. I mean, we played Brentford, which is a good team, but we haven't really, like, we know that Man United has been having problems. Like, they're not just having problems, you know, against us. They're just sort of in general not playing very well and haven't really quite hit, you know, like traction. So I just feel like we haven't really been tested enough for me to feel like really confident about us. Like,
Man U was a little bit of a test,
Maybe, but I feel like I think that there's still a ways to go before we would be talking about like challenging for
Arsenal,
like league or anything.
Arsenal away will be. I would say Arsenal away would be a good test.
Oh yeah, that's.
I'm looking forward to this, especially if Arsenal is still playing the way they are now. I'm looking forward to that.
I just want to say
we won't have Sonny for that game for Arsenal and Liverpool. He's gonna be gone.
You're exactly right.
So our forwards, look at our forward options. We're gonna be playing.
Solomon will play. Solomon will probably.
Yeah, we got Solomon.
It's now it's imperative. It's really imperative that we sign a forward on deadline day. We must sign a forward. You know,
somebody striker / winger.
Yeah, because there's no way in hell that's gonna be Richarlison, Perisic, and Kulu going up at that Arsenal game. There's no way in hell. We need to get somebody with a pulse at the front. Someone with a pulse at the front to at least score a goal. It is. Yeah,
and that's hoping that none of the three people that you've mentioned have any issues with injuries or anything like that, or red cards or anything themselves. So, yeah.
But seriously, look at us defensively, right? We've only given up 2 goals. One was a penalty, and one was a fluky. You know, I mean,
deflection.
So yeah, we're looking not too bad. I mean, just you know, I'm not feeling Spursy with Angie. You know, even when Conte came in and everything, I felt like Spursy could come in at any time. I feel quiet confidence with Angie. You know what I mean? I just feel it. I just feel like he knows what he's doing, and there's no mucking about with him. You know, he doesn't play favorites like Conte did.
Yeah, one thing I like with him, he is ruthless. For the first time, a manager said, "Dyer, you're not playing for me," and you know what? But that is the best feeling you can have. And Dyer cost Poch his job, Mourinho, Mason, Nuno, and Conte, 5 people.
Yep. That is true. And he's charismatic. He almost reminded me of Redknapp a bit. I've never looked at Poch as charismatic. Poch was the club. He loved the club. Well, not now because it's Chelsea. So he was about the club. Something about Ange and what other fan bases, like I said, I'm hearing even other people say, man, they like Ange. I mean, when you get Arsenal people say, man, man, we like that guy, Ange. So he's very charismatic, and so he brings that personality to the club, to the team.
Did you see his joke about the other guy?
Pat,
Yeah, I put it up there earlier in the show, and that's what I like. My thing is, as we know, in the 23 years of Enoch and Daniel Levy, it's just that we break managers. We break them. As right now, it's like the honeymoon period. We love them, right? But we know how Daniel Levy, the board, work. And they have broken every manager at some point. So it may not be this season, but it may be a season where Ange says, hey, give me more so I can cross that line.
That's why we need to win trophies now. Because if it's going to be like Pochettino, where Ange goes into his third year and hasn't won anything, it's going to be Poch 2.0.
Yeah.
You know?
Exactly.
Like I'm hoping that we get a League Cup or an FA Cup. That will get rid of the voodoo of us not winning trophies, you know, and that will just bring in a kind of an air of confidence into the stadium, into the supporters. Get that monkey off our back. We're one of the youngest teams now. I think we're third for the youngest team in the Premier League. So we could be going far, you know. So
I just hope we buy a player in the next 7 days. I hope.
So I have a little bit of a rant that I didn't get to the other day, but I'm about to go. So my thing is this: Ange. I think I like Ange. I think that I agree. You know, he is charismatic. He says the right things. I think he is what we need right now. And I'm excited for the football and everything, you know, and I think he's making some really good decisions. That being said, just because we are excited about this manager and we want to back this manager and hype him up does not mean that we should be dragging all the managers that predated him, which is what I've been seeing a lot of. Like, there are people making up chants, like fans making up chants that like the chant actually is like, oh, we're an Ange now, you know, we don't have that Conte, Jose, Pot shit, and that was like,
our Tottenham is bad.
Seriously, like, you don't need to drag our previous managers in order to hype up this manager, because I don't think that, I mean, it's one thing to say whatever you want to say about Poch. I mean, because, he went to Chelsea, so he did do something negative for us in that regard. But Jose and Conte, they were not backed. They were winners before they came. And maybe they weren't the right manager for us, but they were frustrated because they were not backed. And they've never, it was not their fault. Basically, is what I'm saying. It was the ownership's fault. It was not their fault, and people are just dragging them simply in order to gas up.
I'm glad it happened though, the way everything's happened, because I'd rather play this exciting football, than Conte's way, and just
Conte is not okay. This is a thing that I have as well. Conte was playing the way that he was playing because he did not have the players. Conte does not play in the same attacking football way that Ange plays, but Conte ball is not the shit that everybody was talking about. The reason why it was shit for everybody and super defensive and he was so far back was because he didn't have the defenders to go forward. If you look at the team that Ange has now, Conte did not have that team. I already said that he only had one of the defenders that we currently are playing now. Conte had one of those defenders.
See, do you remember when he said, I want a center back, he got long today?
Yeah, we are literally, Ange is literally playing one of the defenders that Conte had when he was here.
And even he didn't have
and also people are trying to criticize, Conte for whatever. Oh my gosh, Ange is doing this amazing rebuild. Conte was the one that signed Porro, and he's the one that signed Udogie, and Ange is benefiting from them. The unfortunate thing is that Porro came in way too late, and Udogie, we loaned him back for Conte.
Don't forget Bissouma. He signed Bissouma too.
Mm-hmm. He signed Bissouma, but the thing about Bissouma is everybody's saying that, Conte said that Bissouma is not a good footballer and, all that. That's bullshit. He never said that. He never said that Bissouma was not a good footballer.
He never used Bissouma.
He didn't use Bissouma because Bissouma cannot play in a 2. We already saw that. Even when he was under Conte, Bissouma played best whenever Conte moved to a 3 midfield. When he put a 3 midfield and 2 up top, Bissouma, when he did play, he played better.
Yeah, he plays in a 3, but I don't think Conte asked for Bissouma. I think it was a Levy signing.
Levy signing. That's what I was about to say. It was more of a Levy signing because if Bissouma could have played the 2, Levy saw that, your contract is running out. Bing. Oh,
but
okay.
Even
I can this guy. Bing.
But even there was
a court case. Okay. Bing. In true Daniel Levy fashion, he got a player that doesn't match the coach.
But even others too, like reports saying that Levy and Paratici asked Conte about Bissouma, and he even said, "Yes, I want him." He's not
because Bissouma's a good player.
But I wanted him.
But that's the thing. But Conte, he did play him. It's not like he didn't play him at all. He tried to play him. It's not like Jed Spence where he didn't play him at all. So if that's the case, then that Conte rates Bissouma. Because he already said in press conference, he was saying he's a good player, he's a good dribbler, he just needs to learn the system. Why does he keep saying he just needs to, learn the system and he struggles with some of the tactics? It's because he doesn't play in a 2. And that's what he's struggling with.
And the last guy said
but Conte did not rate him because he said that he was good.
And he had COVID and he was injured. The guy last comment he said in his shoe.
Yeah.
So anyway, thank God we have Bissouma.
When I saw Bissouma, when he would get the ball, he was scared to turn on the pivot rather than this year. And you could be right. The system calls for not to do that because of our defense last year. Let's play safe. Let's play it backwards, and so on.
If people watch Conte on the touchline, he was doing a lot of what Ange is currently doing sometimes when he gets frustrated, and he keeps saying, pass the ball. You could see them. If you watch the video, you could see them on the touchline screaming at the players to pass the ball, to move up. Conte did the same thing. If you watch it on the touchline, he's screaming at them. He's like, die. He's like, Eric, pass the ball. Eric, move up. Ooh, Eric, move up constantly. So I'm over all of this narrative that Conte ball is shit or that, Jose was a mess up because they were not. And the problem with all of that, maybe they weren't the right fit for our club, and maybe they had made some mistakes, which I think that they did. I think that Conte was a little impatient at times, and I think that he made some errors and he shouldn't have rage quit. That being said, they are not the problem. And to drag them right now is not fair.
But I can't even...
I agree with you. That was my rant last week. I was like, hey, let's celebrate Ange. Why we talk about an ex-girlfriend? Because we look at Conte as an ex-girlfriend. It didn't work out. Let's move on and let's move forward. But you still see it, on Twitter, today.
They're making a chance. They're making up freaking. Why are we living in the past in that way then? Like, I know I'm talking about the past right now, but it's because I'm saying that I'm frustrated with that. Our fans are, when Conte is on the touchline, we're singing for Poch. And then he goes to Chelsea. That's embarrassing. You know what I mean? When Ange is now our manager, we're singing chants for Ange and talking shit about Conte and Jose. And it's just kind of like, why? Why do we live in the past like that?
The future looks good now.
It's weird.
The future looks good.
Yeah, and that was my point last week. Right now, my future, people know, I'll share it. I brought the ring my my soon to be fiance whatsoever. I'm so happy. I am not thinking. I'm not thinking about. I'm not thinking about the past. I'm thinking about the future. I'm thinking about the future. And the thing is let's enjoy the future. It's like, why want to poo-poo on someone's legacy to put someone down? I think CQ put the quote last week. Yeah, you did. I think it was you who put the quote. So why to bring someone up, you have to bring somebody down. Now, you could talk about the tactics, right? You could talk about, the tactics are different, but in regards to that, people say, he's a loser whatsoever. I'm like, no, he's not. I'm like, you see his CV? You see his CV. Like, this guy, like, he's won, and he's won doing his way. And you look at us,
he's one of the places with a lot of money. With a lot of good players.
Well, the other thing is people are talking about, like, they're like, oh, his they were shit. Like, his football was shit. No, his football was not shit. Okay, maybe you would prefer to watch like more of Ange type of football, but Conte's football was not shit. And you did not hate every single game. You hated the games because our players were shit, because our players were not playing good football. And nobody was complaining when we were beating the Goons 3-0 in the North London Derby. Nobody was complaining. That was under Conte. Nobody was complaining when we were, beating Man City, when we were playing really good football against Man City. So it's not that it was him.
But that year we left in the most goals we ever did. Like, Conte's system worked very well for Son and for Kane up front. It was beautiful to watch Kane feeding Son and Son putting goals away and then Kane scoring his usual. But it was our back. It was our midfield. It was just not up to par. We just couldn't sustain.
Yeah, that's exactly my point. And that has to come down. That's the players.
That's not Conte's fault. But I think most people are upset with Conte that he's stubbornness to change. He only played a 3-5-2 like 5 times. And we had like 3 wins, a draw, and a loss.
But my whole thing, and the reason why I hate hearing criticism from our fans, especially about Conte, is because it's like, and I hate to say that he is prideful as a manager from what he's achieved, but it's like, how can we say that he needs to change what he does when he's proven the way that he's played has won him everything in the world? So how can we say that he needs to change his tactics and he needs to do this? No, he's going to say, why don't you get me better players? And I can show you what my tactics do. These players are nowhere near the level of what I need to do what I want to do. And that's part of the reason why he was frustrated.
To be honest,
but for everyone to keep saying like, oh, well, he could have done this. He could have changed up that. He could have done this. Why does he have to? He shouldn't have. Do you see Pep having to? Pep, I think he changes what he wants to. I don't see Man City forcing him and the fans saying, oh, you need to start him and you need to play him instead and you need to change up your formation. No, Pep says, I'm going to keep doing whatever I'm doing, whether we're winning, whether we're losing. And the club needs to say, you know what? These players aren't good enough to keep up with this manager. Let's get some better players in. Let's get rid of these guys.
Taylor, I agree with you 100%. It's weird. I said this fan base is weird. I expect, right, the experience that what happened last season and with Jose was similar. I expect that for Real Madrid fans and Bayern fans, and even United, though they haven't won anything recently. Because those fan base, they've seen glory, they've tasted glory, and so for them, they know, okay, this is what we want. Our fan base it's weird because what have we won to say? Like, people say, well, we got our, Tottenham back. And I'm like, okay, were you alive when we won the league with Jimmy Greaves. What? Because I'm like, what is back? Okay, back is pretty football. Okay, I love pretty football, but the thing is, what did we win? I've only seen one trophy. That was the Campbell Cup. So, and for me, I don't care if we play paint to and dry football. I'm taking. I use a perfect example. Inter Milan, the year that they won a treble, when they beat the great Barcelona, the greatest team I think ever assembled. Right? You think those fans are just like, well, you know, we will give those trophies back because we didn't play pretty football. Heck yeah, they were happy. And not only that, they beat Barcelona en route to winning the Champions League. They won the Serie A and whatsoever. Jose was their coach. For me, I'm so starved to win that I do not care. Yes, if I had a preference, yes, I would win. I want to see pretty football. But if you tell me, you can guarantee me that you're going to bring trophies and you're playing pay till you drive football, I will take it, because winning at all costs is what I believe in. I want to win. I want to win. I want to win trophies. I don't care how. I don't care who. I want to win trophies. If we win trophies, play pretty football, great. That's icing on the cake.
George Graham football back in the day was the word. He started that kind of football, and it was boring. It was the offside trap. It was not pretty, but they won the league. They won trophies at Arsenal, no problem. If Tottenham had did it that way to win trophies, then I don't care, because we're winning trophies. But my thing with Conte, can I just say one more point? I just want to get this point out with Conte and Jose. I always thought the Jose and Conte signings were always to get the fans off the back of Levy, because they were like, here's the number one, one of the best managers ever. And then that didn't work out with Jose. And then we got Conte. And then last summer, we started off with the transfer season like we were having the best transfer ever. We got out the blocks. We got Bazuma, Perisic, other players. And we were thinking, he's backing Conte. And then it all dried up. I always thought Conte was just a signing just to get people off of Levy's back. Because there's a lot of Levy hate out there. But Levy's never going to change his tactics on what he buys.
Oh yeah.
I just want people to remember at this point in time, just remember, as we have Ange and we got that new manager bounce, because we always have that new manager bounce. When Conte came in, it was like, wow, we're getting results and it's amazing. When Jose came in, wow, we're getting results and it was amazing. Even Nuno, remember? Nuno, for the first month, he got manager of the month. Okay. So we always got a little bit that new manager bounce. So I'm hoping that the new manager bounce lasts and it's not just a bounce. But if it is, I just want all of these fans that are gassing him up so much to back the manager, to not desert the manager, and know that you were backing the manager and you were talking about how great the football was and how amazing he is and how he's so charismatic. Just remember, in 3 months' time, if we have injuries and Levy has not signed more players for us and reinforced and we're falling apart, just remember that it wasn't Ange's fault, because you were loving Ange at the beginning of the season.
Remember when they got rid of Poch? Exactly. Remember when they got rid of Poch and people were just like, oh, yeah. And it was just like, oh, people talk. That's our fan base. They'll love you at one point, and then they will turn on you. The one last quick thing I want to say, perfect example. I'm wearing the Argentina jersey, not the current one, because this has 2 stars. They have 3 stars, right? That Argentina team that won the World Cup is not your grandmother's Argentina. I say this because the Argentina after '86 and 90, right? We start playing beautiful. This is Argentinian football. This Argentina team that won Copa America and World Cup was more defensive. It's not even really it's not even Argentina in a way. Even Brazil doesn't really play like the old Brazil. That's why South America went 4 World Cups, not winning World Cup since R9, right? And Argentina's changed it from philosophy to say, hey, we got to play defense to be able to win these international tournaments. So the Argentine teams that had Batistuta of the 90s and Crespo and whatever, totally different, right? Very entertaining, but we won shit. We didn't win a Copa America. We didn't win a World Cup. So now, even with Messi, the way we played was pragmatic. In reality, we played. This World Cup winning team didn't do it with the flair that Argentina has. It was more pragmatic. So that's what I said, winning at all costs, But like I said, everybody has their right to have their preference or whatsoever. That's great. But for me, for my club, I want to win. And I want to win at all costs. And like I said, I love Edge. I love that he's charismatic and whatsoever. But the thing is, I like him, but the regime I do not trust. Because of 23 years. Because of 23 years, I don't trust the regime. I'm still like, oh, calm down. Because no one can change Daniel Levy. Not even Ange. No one can change Daniel Levy. Daniel Levy is Daniel Levy. He's the only one who can change himself.
So we need to back Ange, and we need to weather the storm with him, because the storm is coming. I know everybody's going to say I'm negative, but it will come, because what's going to happen is, when not only is it going to happen when there are injuries, but there will be some rough times, because he's playing attacking football, right? And he's keeping it real open in the back. Okay. So there will be some teams that will cut us wide open. And it's teams that, are going to take that advantage, and then it's gonna be a high scoring game where we're gonna get cut open pretty badly. And that's gonna be rough for us. But that's what you get when you're playing attacking football. So you just gotta back the manager and know that that's what we signed up for, and know that has nothing to do with the manager being bad.
I've already decided.
Harlan won't miss a sitter like Fernandez did last game. Harlan won't miss a sitter like Harlan, and so the Harlan won't miss a sitter like Fernandez did the last game. So you're exactly right.
Yeah.
I've already decided that it's Angie or bust for me. I mean, I'm going to back him 100%. If injuries, if it goes bad, whatever. Like, I've already can tell that I like the way he brings on subs, bringing on Perisic, and and he puts Son in the middle, and everything he's done has been 100% to my liking. So I'm all on board with Angie, and I'm just gonna hope for the best that we don't get hit by the injury bug, because this could turn out to be a special team. Maybe not this season, but next summer we get the right players in the transfer market. Next season could be the season where we might challenge, for real.
I think that's the doubt we have in our minds, is next season, if we get the right players in. I think that's the sentence that I have doubts.
I can't say this season with Richy being our striker.
I meant you saying, next season, if we get the right players in. Like, that sentence feels like I'm a little bit in, I don't know if everybody's seen that movie Groundhog's Day, where I feel like that's what we always say, right? We're always like, if we get the right players in, all we need is a few more players, and then it doesn't happen, and then and then a manager is sacked, and then we're all over.
Frustrating.
But what I will say is that with us playing such entertaining and, football that's electric to watch, that hopefully this will spark something in the fans to where once this starts, if it does kind of go off the rails a little bit, that the fans will say, all right, Levy, well, you need to do something to get him back to where he needs to be so that we can enjoy the football that we were watching, instead of just attacking the manager and attacking the players. And then
we need that spark. We need that spark to go and hit Levy. That's where the spark needs to go.
And hopefully it's Ange in the way that we're playing. Like, I think it really is, because fans were dying and begging to play football like this. So the fact that we've been winning games and playing like this, and we still feel that there's even room, we're not even close to like what our ceiling could be. Hopefully that's something for the fans to say that we need to go all in, because we're not sure we're going to get a manager that can play like this. We're not sure how long these players can sustain this level. And that's what I'm most worried about, is the sustainability of us playing at this level. How long can we keep playing like this over and over and over and over? I know we got only one game a week, but
don't worry about this. I think we should just week by week and game by game and just enjoy what we're seeing.
No, me, I'll get my answer in the next 7 days. If we buy players, then I'll know. I think they're back in Ange. That's all I pray, because Ange is a once-in-a-lifetime manager. He's a once-in-a-lifetime. We're never going to get better.
Well, hopefully once Klopp leaves Liverpool next season, he'll be available. If things go off the rails with if things go off the rails with Ange, we just got Klopp waiting in the wings for us. So I'm not worried. I'm not too worried.
It might sound crazy, but I'd rather have Ange than Klopp for Spurs.
Me too.
For Spurs, not in general, for Spurs.
I get that. You know what's surprising? I've actually heard some Arsenal fans clamoring for Klopp, especially if Arteta doesn't win this league next season, and people thinking Klopp, this is his last season to prove to Liverpool to get an extension. I think some Arsenal fans are waiting for that match, because I couldn't imagine Klopp at Arsenal with the players that they have. That's scary. So
it would be so funny if they fight Arteta.
My brothers and sisters, I'm gonna take off. I had fun talking to everyone, and let's go beat Fulham on Tuesday. Is the game on Tuesday. Any channels, or is it blacked out, or what?
For us in North America, it's on the Zone. So for you, for England, I have no clue. England, I don't know.
I got Spurs play.
No, it's not on Spurs play.
It's not on Spurs play.
No.
Oh well. I'll just have to kind of keep looking at the scores here and there, I guess. Anyway, good night, guys. Take it easy.
Good night.
Right.
Yeah, we got a few minutes left. Any last thoughts before we?
Yeah, Mario, I have one thing, and you gotta promise me you do it. When you're gonna propose, you gotta wear Spurs shirt. You gotta wear Spurs shirt.
Oh man, that's
because you're gonna show that you love your wife and you love the club. So you're gonna show two things.
Oh my goodness. Mari's like, no, he doesn't want
that's
to do
going
it.
to be interesting. I'm going to dinner. Why are you wearing a football kit? And then the pictures. Oh wow!
No. You wear your suit. You wear your suit and your shirt. Then you remove it. You take a picture. Then you put it back on.
Well, you know what? That could be an option. That could be an option. I mean,
take one picture. At least one picture with it.
Well, she's seen me, and she actually likes the Spurs jersey that I wore. Oh, she actually likes this one. This throwback right here. She likes that jersey and stuff, and she understands my love for Spurs. She just doesn't understand why I'm supporting a team with lack of trophies, because her dad was from America, which is like, if you know anything, America is a most successful
Club America.
Yeah, a Mexican team. She also like Pumas. They've won something, and she's like, "Baby, your team doesn't win trophies." And I'm just like, I'm like, yeah, I know. And she's like, oh, well, she's like, okay. Well, so I like London. I'm like, yeah, well, I guess I like Spurs. So she likes Spurs because I love Spurs. But, but she was just scratching my head. She's like, why not like Barcelona or Real Madrid or Manchester United? I was just like, nah.
She lives in Orlando?
No, she lives in Mexico City. She's going.
So you're gonna go. So you're gonna go to Mexico?
Yeah.
Or she's coming? Okay.
No, yeah. She's coming. She's coming here. It's back and forth.
Okay.
She lives in Mexico, but yes.
Oh, I was gonna say. Go ahead.
No, go ahead.
I was gonna say that the you pointing out that she said that we don't win any trophies. I was like when we last time, like it was like the day before or whatever, when we were talking about like how we all became like Spurs fans or whatever, and I was like, because Spurs are like the underdog. It's because I kept thinking in my mind when I was getting to Spurs, like it would just be that much sweeter when we win a trophy. Like that's why I became a Spurs fan, because I root for the underdog, and I'm like, gosh, it's just going to be that much more sweet. But I don't know, man. I signed up for a lot of agony. Now I'm like, why did I sign up for this torture? And now already it's like I was thinking, wow, it's gonna be that much sweeter when we have Kane and Hugo and Sonny lift a trophy, and then that dream is already our ownership has already made sure that dream is not possible anymore.
Excuse me. I'm gonna cry. No, when we win a trophy, I'm gonna cry. If we win the league, I'm gonna be in tears. I'm gonna cry. I'm gonna cry. Like,
Maurice the type of guy, when he has a kid, he'd be watching the game on one hand and saying like, "Oh," and be happy on the other hand.
Oh yeah. I'm literally. I went. Did I tell you? Did you guys know the story about the Ajax game, the Lucas Moura game? I'll tell you guys quickly. So, apparently, the popular thing now is gender reveals parties and baby showers, and so my coworker, after work, was having a baby shower, and so I was invited, and I was just like, oh man, I'm like, I don't want to go. And it's just like, why you don't want to go? And it's just like, Tottenham is playing. And she's like, no, we'll put the game on. I said, are you sure? Because I'm going to probably be antisocial. And she's like, no, we'll put it on. And I was just like, okay. And at that time, we lost the first leg and whatnot. So I drive to the house, right? And best baby shower, because the food was drinks and everything. So I'm watching the game, and my coworkers, they're watching me, and it's just like, oh, we gave them another goal. It's gonna basically take a miracle. So I was so pissed off. I was like, you know what? I'm so glad I'm at this baby shower, because it's gonna keep my mind off. Mind you, the game is still open. I have one corner of my eye. I'm still watching the game, and I'm eating food and stuff like that. And they're like, man, you're really hardcore. And I'm just like, yeah, but, we're about to be eliminated and stuff like that. It's heartbreaking, but at least we made it to semifinals. All of a sudden, the comeback starts. And I'm just like, oh, we just scored. Oh, Lucas just scored again. Hey, we still got a chance. Mind you, I kid you not. The whole the baby shower, everybody's watching the game. Focus on them. Because a couple of people are like, hey, Tottenham is coming back here. When Lucas Moura scored, I was going apeshit, going nuts. I mean, the baby shower, like, people were like, oh my goodness, he scored. And like literally, it was like amazing. Like, it replays in my mind always. Like, I would never forget the Lucas Moura game, because I was at a baby shower. The party became a Tottenham party, because all my coworkers at school were like, we want to see Mr. Paul happy. We want to see my last name's Paul. Spurs, they're pulling off because I gave them the scenario. I'm like, this is what needs to happen for us to advance. A miracle, and it happened, and it was just like amazing. I mean, literally, I drove home, celebratory, all drinked up. Home wasn't too far away, so
Mark,
But,
can I tell my story about that night, which is actually weird? I got almost the same thing. I was playing with my friends outside, like on the turf field. It was 1-0. Then I was like, okay, I'll watch again. Then it was 2-0. So I was like, okay, I'm stopping. I'm not watching again. Fuck this shit. I go, I play. Then my friend was like, by the way, it's 3-1 aggregate. I'm like, wow, it's nothing's gonna happen. So we left. But there was one of these traffic in the road. Then I see 3-2 on my 3G. Then I was like, no way it's gonna happen. Then we stuck. Whoa, I see 3-3. I put my car in park. And I start fucking screaming, jumping with my friends. And everyone was beeping because they were watching the game in the car too. And everyone was beeping. I was with my Spurs shirt on. Everyone was screaming. I was crying my eyes out that night. It was the best night of my life. One of the best nights.
Yeah, no, it was for me, man. I like literally. I don't think I slept. All I watched was YouTube like videos. People were posting celebrations. I was watching Sky Sports. I mean, it was just that night was just amazing.
Are you talking about the Ajax night?
Yeah, I was at a baby shower. Oh, big up Elias. Oh man, I thought you were gonna come on earlier. But yeah, I was talking about the Ajax night. Crazy night, man. It was crazy. Yeah.
Yeah, man, that night was crazy indeed. I hope we see one like that again. One final of Champions League that we can win. Actually, I'm waiting for that day. I'm gonna mud the Gunners.
No, we already got the memory, so it lives up here. We don't have to go to another final. We already have.
I don't care about the final. For now, if we win a trophy, that's the memory I want to have.
No, I want to win a Champions League trophy. I want to win a Champions League trophy. Until Levy win a Champions League trophy, he is dead for me.
For me, it might sound crazy, but I'd rather win the Premier League than the Champions League.
No, I'd win a Champions League.
Because the Premier League,
yeah.
The Premier League is 38 games, and it's like, it's non-stop, like, emotions. Champions League, it's like 2 nights.
Yeah, but we have won the league before, Dietrich. We have won the league before, but we need to win.
No, how we haven't won the league, like, recently.
I mean, I want to win the league. I want to win the Premier League. I mean, the Champions League, but I want to win the Premier League more. It just means champions.
It means more.
It means more. It means
Champions
more.
League, like, anyone can win it. We made the final. Ajax could have won it. Like, it's possible for everyone. But the Premier League, you cannot slack. You have to be good.
Hello?
Yeah. Steak is in the house. Man,
hey, long time no see, man. Where have you been?
Yeah. Nah, just the fan on my computer at the moment is okay. It hasn't been going mad, so I just hop on.
Yeah. I would rather win the Premier League, man. It's like the Napoli fans, and I like Napoli. That's my favorite Italian team. And those fans, they asked them that question, and they were like, "Oh, Serie A. Yes, it would be nice to win the Champions League, but they're like Serie A."
Imagine you're the team that stops City winning the league again.
Yeah.
Bro, that would be insane, man.
Yeah.
I mean, we could do it this year, guys.
Yeah.
No, it is possible. Anything? No, it's insane, but it is possible. Anything is
Dietrich's on loan.
It is possible, man.
It is a mini league. Guys, quickly, Elias, your thoughts on the game, and then Alex, your thought on the game,
I'm actually about to hop off, but it's been awesome talking with you guys.
I think the game was
and everything.
superb.
So
Bye, Dallas Spurs.
Stay.
I think the game was superb. The squad that we saw, except for Richarlison, I think the guys are complete players. They are all good in their positions. They know what they are doing. They are clicking well, and they are like really the kind of solid players that we always needed. You look at, I mean, I'll go position by position. Vicario was superb. I think in the goal, he has been doing his job well. He is not the kind of player who just is a shot stopper. I think initially we were saying that, yeah, we replaced one shot stopper with another shot stopper. But we can see that often he actually comes out of his lines as well to actually play the ball at his feet and he goes for those kind of challenges as well. Then you have Pedro Porro, who has improved significantly under Ange in his defense as well, and he's a way better player overall than whatever Emerson offers. I love that guy. Then you have Romero, as now you can see Romero also doesn't make those kind of stupid tackles anymore, which he was making in the last season, because now he has a player like Mickey Van der Ven who is supporting him in the defense. He has that sort of support there. Udoji, my goodness, what a player that he is. I just put him into my Fantasy Premier League yesterday, and yeah, he's going to remain there. Then Bissouma and Sarr, great, addition, and they are doing really well. I can't wait to see Bentancur coming back, and then even that would be amazing. And then James Maddison, my goodness, what a signing he has been for us in just 40 million. The guy creates, he can even score goals, and he can even play as a holding mid. Best sign. I think we have gotten the best signing of the summer so far in the Premier League among the midfielders, that all the signings were made. And then you have Kulusevski and Son. I think they are clicking well as well now soon. But I think I after yesterday's game, I would prefer Sonny in a striker role, and then I would put either Solomon on the left or either Kulu on the left. However, that's up to Ange. But yeah, I'm impressed with what I saw, and I think Ange is making a fast progress, if you ask me, honestly speaking. The kind of games that we have gotten through, like Bournemouth away, Manchester United at home, and then the kind of games that are upcoming, we have like Burnley and Luton. Is it the next two games?
Burnley and Sheffield. And then
after that we have Arsenal. If we win the next three games, I think we have a good chance to be in a good spot to challenge top 4 in this season, which we all, I think, didn't expect when Ange came on. Those games would be the crucial ones, in my opinion. Let's see how many of our players get the international call-ups. I hope they don't come back with injuries. And yeah, I'm gearing up for that. And I think now the next main thing is, again, I'm not gonna take it off. People might say that, since we are very good, we shouldn't be signing any players. I think once we start having injuries, that may pose a bit of a problem. So I guess this is the time now. Sort out your striker, sort out one more defender, and I think we are good to go. And I think if you want to go for a player like Dusan Vlahovic, I think this is the right time, because Chelsea and Man United are struggling. A player like Dusan, he will say that, okay, what has Chelsea done in the first 3 games? They are not looking that attractive in a way. He may join us over Chelsea for the sake of what Ange is offering as a project, I would say. Elias,
you're smart. We're not going to do Dusan Vlahovic. Come on.
Why not? Why can't we act like a big club?
Because we have Levy. That's why.
Sorry?
Because we have Levy. That's what I'm saying.
That's my problem. I mean, we got the Madison deal over as well, but I think the Dusan one, why I'm saying is because Paratici is still behind the scene. He was involved in the Vicario deal as well. Paratici has contacts with Juve.
There's no way you're gonna.
For 50-60 million, I think he can get it done. And we have the money right now. The Kane money is with us.
Look, Elias, there's no way you're getting Vlahovic with 7 days left. There's just no way it's gonna happen.
Well, I've seen some of the best transfers in the market getting done in the last few days. Like the most expensive ones usually get done in the last few days.
By the way, speaking of what you were saying, transfers and gassing us up, Madison, as much as I love him, and I was even saying earlier on this stream that he's made more of an impact for us than than Rice has for Arsenal, and I think he's a really good signing. He is not the best signing of the window for the Prem. Vardiol is the best signing.
You can say that, but I said among the midfielders, the recent ones, like let's say you look at Soboslai, you look at Rice, you look at what's the other guy that Chelsea signed, Caicedo. Among all those signings, I think he has been the best who with an impact there. Guardiola, yeah, you can say that, but even Mickey, I think he's statistically speaking, in fact, Mickey has been the best centre back signing.
Oh my god!
But
You
look
at the stats. If you look at the stats, he has been one of the best.
You're looking at you're looking at like a couple of games. You're gonna track back to the end of the season, and you're gonna regret some of these statements. I'm just telling you. Vardiol is probably the best center back right now.
No, but wait. See,
No,
he's not playing center. He's not playing center back. He's playing left back.
Yeah, left center back.
Yeah, he's playing left back under Pep.
But he's still the best signing. It's like
he is the best signing.
He's the best signing that was made in the Prem.
No, what I mean by best signing, when I say best signing, is the impact that they have made in the first few games. That's all. That's what I meant. Plus the value for the money as well that we have paid for him. Of course, Vardiol is the best signing. I mean, City has spent like 90 million over him, 80 or 90 million.
Yeah, even value for the money. I mean, I think that. Yeah, I don't know. I'm just saying. Like, let's not get ahead of ourselves.
Yeah.
No, I know.
Yeah,
Tonali was a good signing for Newcastle.
Calma, as the Spaniards say, calma.
Yeah, but we got Madison for 30 million plus Harry Winks, so that's a better deal than Gvardiol for 90 million. That's how I just see it. Like,
Harry
even
Winks
if he does, yeah, but like we're basically selling to the same club. I don't see like why you wouldn't add it in.
Yeah,
but we didn't add it in.
Yeah, because there's probably some FFP rules, some stuff with that. So.
What are your thoughts on the game?
Everyone played well. Richarlison is still a pigeon, cannot score to save his life. Stars. No, he hasn't deserved the stake for a long time. Yeah, we need a striker. That's what we need. And now. Right.
I know on the chat, and I'll say this, and I know people think it's weird or whatsoever, but it's how I was raised, and for me, it's my preference. But every meat that I eat, from chicken to steak, it has to be well cooked. So for me, I prefer my steak well done.
Steak is steak.
Still steak? Okay, thank you. I don't want people like. Once a blue moon, I would catch myself eating medium rare, but honestly, I try not to. For me, I want it cooked, and so for me, I like my steak well done. You know, each one of
Fox.
I prefer a medium rare.
Yeah, medium rare.
No, well done. It has to be well done.
Yeah.
What kind of steak do you like? Do you like the beef steak or are you a pork person, Mari? Sorry. I wouldn't mention that again for your sake. Are you a beef person or a pork person, Mari? I was asking.
I try to stay away from pork because of health. Once in a blue moon, I would like, all right, give me the baby back ribs, and I'll take it. But I try to eat less pork. I'm more of a beef person.
Respect, Mari. Respect.
Yeah, I just try to eat less pork and stuff like that. So
I'm surprised Elias hasn't mentioned Decky yet.
Oh, Decky was awesome, guys. Everybody who has been shitting on Decky, I want to tell you all, go and look at the stats. Decky put up some really great stats.
Yeah,
If you look at the eye test, he didn't look that good, like he was here and there. But if you look at the stats, he had some good dribble attempts. He had some good ground duels. He was awesome, by the way, guys. I think the 7.7 rating that he got is. Did he get a yellow card yesterday? Let me just check again. I think that.
don't think so.
Let me just check once more. Will would know. I think Will is in the chat. Will, did Decky get a yellow card yesterday? I need to check. Give me a minute.
I'll put it up right now. I have SOFA score. Decky was
No, he didn't.
He was at 6.9, 6.8 before he scored that goal. He did not have a good game. I'm gonna be honest with you. I mean, he scored that goal, but he had possession lost 8 times. He was dribble pass 3 times. Clearance. Wait, let me look. His passing was 81%. 2 key passes. Expected assists 0.19. Expected goals 0.35. I mean, like I said, that goal helped his SOFA score, but I'm gonna be honest with you. I didn't really think he played a solid game. Oh man, I'm reading it out. I'm supposed to show it. Showed it earlier, but yeah,
So he had dribble attempt success 2 out of 2. He won 5 out of 11 ground duels. No real duels he was challenged at. So he didn't. 8 times he lost the possession. Fouls 1, was fouled once. He had 2 interceptions, 2 tackles, and dribble pass 3 times. Not a bad performance, guys. To be honest, it's a good performance. Like especially the ground duels he won, because he's not really a defender. So I think he had a good performance.
Elias, now you're lying to yourself.
I'm not lying to myself. I'm just reading all the stats.
Yeah, you are.
Okay, before you guys
no.
kick off about Decky, I'm gonna get going because it's been on for a while.
Me
So,
too, but
right,
me too,
talk to you guys
but
later. Bye.
take care. But me too, Mari.
Steak.
You have to tell me about the player that I told you on Twitter.
the one.
The new player. Yeah,
Yeah.
you have to tell me.
Yeah, no, he is. No, he's good. He high ceiling. He as a midfielder, he the thing about him is that he can even potentially be a center back. Center back, he can be a good midfielder. He reminds me a bit of a Busquets at his young age, but with even more offensive tools. Very versatile. He will be very good, especially if Ange gets his hands on him. So I think it will be a very, very good signing for us.
Because I'm just watching his highlights. I hope we buy him and the left back, the ginger guy that you mentioned in the past.
Barco. Yeah.
I love gingers, guys.
But Barco's gonna be hijacked by Man City for 10 mil. He's gonna be hijacked. But Brighton's trying to sign Barco. Man City, I just saw a blurb is looking to hijack that deal. And kudos to Man City. Now that's a smart signing. That's a Julian Alvarez signing. Barco is the real deal. The real deal. He is the real deal.
Why we haven't been linked to this guy, but Felice out of nowhere we buy him.
Valise?
Yeah, we buy Felice instead of buying this kid for 10 mil.
I don't know. I mean I like this signing of Valise. But Barco, that's a guy I would love to have. But people are saying, well, we have your Doji and whatsoever. But I'm believe the more talent we have on the team, the better. Because Barco could be very versatile. He could. You saw Poro be in the middle. Barco could do this. He could do the same. The kid is ultra talented. He tackles. He passes. He's quick. I mean, he's amazing. He's amazing. To lose him to Spurs would be the greatest thing ever. And so if City gets him, it's just, this guy he's the truth. I mean, he is good.
If you had to compare him with one left back, who would you say he's similar in the world?
Arco, I would say maybe he is offensively because he passes good. Jordi Alba, but a little better in that he has a little bit more grit defensively because he can play deep. He will make a tackle and start a counter attack. He does that for Boca. I would say Jordi Alba, and Jordi Alba is good.
That's fair.
Yeah, Jordi Alba's good. Better.
I just want to see new faces in 7 days. I really want to see new players.
Yeah.
Because our last buy is released, and that's unacceptable.
Yeah. No, what is unacceptable?
No, we haven't bought anyone since Van de Ven and Villiers.
Oh yeah, true. Yeah, I know he had a lower score than Richarlison at halftime. And it's Richarlison's fault, not Kulu's fault, by the way.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think the moment Son came as a striker and Perisic went on the left and Kulu was at the right, he looked much better.
Yeah, but the issue with playing Perisic and Son, Perisic loves to cross the ball and Son is not good at headers. That's why I don't like playing Son on the middle. I want to see him on the left and we put a real striker.
Yeah.
Is your real striker called Richarlison? Don't tell me that.
No, a real striker would be I'm not gonna be like the other fans with Gift Orban, but I'll say like Villiers would be perfect for Perisic, for example.
I think we should give him a chance, maybe in a cup game or something, and see how.
Yeah, just spam crosses into the box and just use his height.
I'm gonna be honest with you, and I got in the stream ASAP, but I'm gonna be honest with you. I want to see Velez against Fulham because here's the thing where it really works because another thing about Velez is that he can pass. He way better than Richarlison, and I think with Kulu, him, and Sonny, it will also help Sonny too because Velez can hook him up, especially if he's able to hold the ball. And Sonny is running down the flank and be able to pass. Like you're not seeing this from Richarlison. You're not getting that from Richarlison. And I'm to the point of you might as well play Velez. You might as well play him. You know, the kid has a good knack in the box. He's very good in the air, but it will also help Sonny in the sense of like he's a better passer than Richarlison. He is. Richarlison's first touch has been horrible. Today he was a little better. Before then, he tackled himself. But it's just I know Ed said that in the end of July. But now after seeing Richarlison after 3 games, he has to change my say. Oh my goodness! If we're not going to sign anybody on deadline day, I need to put. Velez, shoot, even Scarlett. I mean, it's gotten to that point.
Yeah.
Even
by the way, somebody in the chat saying that he can't play because of his permit. Is it true by now?
No, that's not true.
He's got a permit.
Ali Gold said he can play. Ali Gold said on his stream he got his permit the same day as BDV on the same day. If BDV is playing with the permit, he has his permit. It's a rumor. Velez has his permit.
I think there was one issue I read. When we bought Villiers, he didn't have a passport.
Yeah, he has his work permit. No, he's all good. There's no barriers. Yeah. And I just want to inform you, Adam. Big up, Adam. Yeah, just want to.
Is Ads related to Scott M? Just curious.
I do not know, but I know he's clear. There's no barriers. As Ali Gold said, there's no barriers and said that he would not going to get any minutes the second half of the season. But he said when he said that was end of July, beginning of August. That was at the beginning of August. It's been now 3 games in, and Richarlison's not doing anything. He could possibly change his mind.
Exactly.
He could possibly change his mind because Richarlison has been bad. He's been bad. He's been bad. I'm all for starting this Fulham, but can't make too many changes. I get that. Yeah, I agree. I agree with this. I want to win the Carabao Cup, but I mean, he has to get some minutes. He has to get some minutes. Big up, yeah, he has to get some minutes. I mean, it's.
But even like players like, did you see our under 23 the way they're playing and they're winning games? We have to give a chance. Jimmy Donnelly, Dorrington. Like, they're way too good, man. To be
Mikey Moore as well.
Mikey Moore too. They're just too good to be in there with the under 23s. They're way too good.
And the thing is too, like if everybody says that this is a free pass of a year, and Andrew's great with young talent, then let the young people play. Let them play. You know, like let them play. It almost feels like winning 7 out of the first 9 points now is making people say, no, don't play the young because we have a chance. You see, this is what it confuses me about this fan base, right? Oh, let's get the youth playing. We got this, right? Okay, but then, all right, we win a couple of games, which is great. But it's just like, oh, don't play the youth. Don't play the young. Like, let them play. We got a 19-year-old already playing. And Saw, right? We got Udoji, who's 20. He's playing. You know, VDV. So you might as well, especially the Phillies, put him in. Like I said, I know some people are not familiar with the Argentina league. It's intense. It's intense. So nerves and whatsoever, like the Bombonera, I don't think there's an intimidating building. Maybe Anfield, but even then, La Bombonera is more intimidating. If you see how that stadium is built, the fans are on top of you. They're literally on top of the players. The Boca's home field is intimidating, right? When you go to River Plate, like it's intimidating. Some of these stadiums, you know. So he can, you know, he's played in, you know, in an atmosphere where it's raucous. So I just say, I guess Fulham, give him a chance. Give him some minutes.
No, I don't think Mari against Fulham, we should give him minutes. That kind of a game, you look at Fulham team, I think yesterday what I saw from them, even though some people are saying that Arsenal played badly, but Fulham is a really good team.
Minutes. That's what I'm saying. If you're not going to put him in Premier League game, right?
Maybe Mari against a team like Sheffield or Luton, maybe, but Fulham, no. I think Fulham team is really gunning. I'm not gonna lie. I think this season Fulham has a chance at the European spots. I think they may get into Conference League.
He can't do any worse than Richarlison. Let's be honest.
Yeah, that too I agree as well. But I think maybe for Fulham kind of a game, put like Perisic on the left, Son in the middle. I would rather have like experienced player for you know the thing with the player like Willis is and this fan base. He's a young player. The problem that we may face is that he may not perform or he may not give us a performance. Then the whole this is gonna turn on him like
no one is gonna turn on him because we haven't turned on Udogi, Sar, and Van de Ven. He's getting
because
they
have played well. Dietrich, they have played well. This is a striker.
Yeah, but once
4 goals.
Even Skip, when he started and then he wasn't good, everyone gave him a pass. Until now they realized he wasn't good.
Are you sure?
Yeah, we did.
I can show you some of the stupid streams where everybody was like, "Oh, we need to get rid of Bane, sell Skip. He's poor."
No, I'm saying his first season when he played with us, his first year after Norwich, everyone gave him a pass.
Because he was good, Dietrich. He was playing
No,
well.
he wasn't good. No, he
He was
wasn't
playing
good.
well. Didrix, he was playing well that season.
No, he wasn't good, my guy.
And we
Ever
didn't have
since
any
Bentancur,
options.
no, we didn't have any options. And when Bentancur came, he was on the bench, and then realized how shit he was.
No, because he was injured when Bentancur came that time. He got injured, and that's why he went
But
to the
even
pecking order.
before the injury, everyone was saying this guy is Harry Winks, but with blonde hair.
No,
Everyone said
Didrix,
that.
I think you need to go and check those games. He really played some really good games.
No, man,
that
I don't think. For me, he never played well. On his first shirt, he never played well.
I think
Nah.
under
Only
Nuno
against Chelsea.
under Nuno and the beginning of Conte era, the
Oh, no, he was crap. What are you saying, man?
Nuno, he was literally carrying the team with Tanganga. With Son.
Yeah, they were both crap.
yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Well,
but
no,
I
don't-
personally think that for a striker like this, you can't just bring him up unless it's someone like Haaland or Vlahovic. They have a proven track record, and then you think that okay, they are gonna score goals straight away. Because with young players, I think you need to be a little bit more patient. The way you bring them on and the way you nurture them, it's a whole lot different process. And this fan base is toxic.
I'm gonna be honest with you. It varies. I mean, it really depends on the player. There are those who just throw them to the wolves, and that's how they learn. And then there are those who you have to coddle and slowly put in. But we're in the position. But we're in a position where we don't have Harry Kane anymore. We have Richarlison, and right now, last season was a huge stinker, and it looks like an instant replay. And if we're not going to sign or give Orban or Jonathan David or Jimenez or Lukaku, hell no, I don't want Lukaku.
Oh hell no, Lukaku.
Or bring in
Lukaku comes to this club, I'll burn this club.
Like
I would take Lukaku over Richarlison any day of the week.
Oh, for fuck's sake, no Dietrich, not Lukaku.
To be fair, he would score more than one goal in the season.
Yeah,
There you go.
But he's gonna cost you guys fortunes as well. By the way, remember he's gonna cost you guys quite a bit.
I mean,
Yeah.
I mean, it's only Dane Scarlett and Valise, and so it's just like you mad as well because first of all, you want to see if this young talent will pan out. But like I said, this year is supposed to be a free pass of a year. It's supposed to be. Yes, that it almost feels like we're becoming Daniel Levy in the sense of, oh, right now we're in top 4 position. Oh, okay. Let's be serious. Let's not play anybody that's extremely young or whatsoever. But then again, we have people who are young who are playing and showing their ability. Like this team confuses me.
Murray, would you like you'd think like the team like Fulham would like rotate as well?
Yeah.
Wouldn't Fulham B team be same as Bochum A team?
Yeah, one of their center backs got a red card today.
Yeah, so
they're gonna
Fulham
change.
would have to rotate, and I think it'd be probably the same level of what he was playing at Argentina.
Yeah. And like I said, we want to win the Carabao Cup, but I also think that the game against Fulham, we can't put a Valise. I can understand if someone said, Premier League game, we don't want. Okay, I get that, but the cups, the domestic cups, these are the times where we can play a Valise or Scarlet, but it's something. But
Murray, honestly speaking, I'll give Scarlett a chance first before Valise. Given I think Scarlett, what I saw from him in the preseason, he looks like a bit more mature version of himself. The way he made his runs, the way he was positioning himself, he looked like a bit more of a composed striker. I haven't seen Valise. Maybe Valise might be even better, but I would try and see like what Dane Scarlett is offering. And in my opinion, I think Dane Scarlett might even give you more than what definitely he will give you more than what Richarlison is giving. The way he scored that goal, the way he rotated his whole body in about, I think it was about a 90-degree rotation that he made. He
Yeah,
was
it was
good.
real nice.
It
No,
was a
it
good
was
goal.
it was real nice. But we'll end on that note because I am hammered. I've been here since 4 hours and 30 minutes. But yeah.
By the way,
but,
Mari, before we end, I'm just gonna say one thing. Sorry to interrupt you there. All you gooners who are saying that Spurs are going to lose to Bournemouth, I'm showing you middle fingers. Although you guys cannot see that, but I'm showing you that. You guys, typical bottle jobs. You always bottle things. You bottled firstly the league. Now you bottled a 2-1 lead against a team like Fulham at your ground with a one-man advantage. Screw you guys.
on that note, we are ahead of Arsenal. Come on, you Spurs.
And we are below West Ham, by the way.
All right.